This is A1R, the Ask One radio network.
Persian Medium Fiona is now on avidadvice.com. Psychic Mastermind.
Do you see children in our future?
Yes, of course. I see the building family almost 3 or 4 months.
Wow. I'm wondering if there's any loved ones around.
I feel the energies are calling me about a man. He's tall. He was married before, but it was not a real marriage because it sounds to be the person cheating on him. No kids around, no brothers, no sisters, your age or almost 3 years older.
I think I might know who this person is.
Okay.
I think I might know who he is, yeah.
Okay.
You may already know of Persian Medium Fiona from her radio shows, her television shows, her groundbreaking detective work, and from just about every corner of the web. Only a site with the integrity and the purpose of avidadvice.com could land her. She's available now. avidadvice.com. Psychic Masterminds.
There are many sounds in your daily life. Ones that make you smile. Ones that help you relax. And there are some sounds that can help save lives. Wireless emergency alerts, now on many mobile devices, use a unique sound and vibration to bring you critical information about emergencies in your area. With updates from local sources you know and trust, you can be in the know wherever you are. Learn more at ready.gov/alerts. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Check out my new time machine.
Does it work?
Hit the button.
Hey, it's Napoleon.
Oui. Check out the future.
Hey, you have a nice house. Why don't I?
You didn't save any money, buddy.
If only there was a way I could go back in time and fix that.
Yeah.
Save something for the future. Put away a few bucks, feel like $1 million. For free ways to save, go to feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org.
This message brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
Green light. Hey girl, school zone. I'm getting hungry. Car changing lanes. You want to meet me for pizza? Stop sign. Intersection clear. Yeah, street. Pizza sounds good. Ballin Street? Girlin Street!
It's hard to concentrate on two things at once, like texting and driving. Stop the text, stop the wrecks. How will you stop texting and driving? Tell us at stoptextstopwrecks.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
So, Jacqueline.
Yes, Mom?
I wanted to talk to you about something and... Oh, wait. Hold on. I just got a text.
Oh, wait, Mom. I just got a message. So many comments on my comment.
Hey, guys, check out my new video game.
Mom, what?
Huh?
What'd you say?
This weekend, unplug. Getting closer to nature can get you closer to your family. To find the forest nearest you, go to discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Can you tell if the surfaces in this kitchen are crawling with bacteria that could cause chronic arthritis? Listen. You can't see it either. Wash surfaces, utensils, and hands with soapy water while preparing food, especially when handling raw meats or eggs. Raw food may contain bacteria that can make you very sick, or worse. Roughly 3,000 Americans will die from food poisoning this year, but you can keep your family safer. Check your steps at foodsafety.gov. Brought to you by the USDA, HHS, and the Ad Council.
Ranger Station.
Yeah, hi. I'd like to report a bear sighting in the forest. 1 second, I'm having a smoke. Next thing I know, I'm face-to-face with Smokey Bear.
Wow.
And he told me it only takes one spark to start a wildfire.
Did you know 9 out of 10 wildfires are caused by humans?
I had no idea.
That's why Smokey's famous and you're not. If you see someone in danger of starting a wildfire, step in and make a difference. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council. Learn more at smokeybear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Well, I finally did it. I opened a 401k.
What? Why? Just wait for the inheritance. We've definitely got a rich uncle somewhere. We're one call away from the winner's circle at the Derby, dinners with multiple forks, a vacation home in the country, using summer as a verb.
You don't actually think that, do you?
When it comes to financial stability, don't get left behind. Get tools and tips for saving at feedthepig.org. This message brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Insights by Janita with Janita Francis. Live from InsightsByJanita.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights by Janita on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everyone, welcome to Insights by Janita Francis. I am back again for another show, stopping Moonstruck TV for your Wednesday night at 8 p.m. So I'm the first cab off the ranks, no pressure on me whatsoever. So sit back, grab yourself a cup of tea, and let's see what all of us can do to help you toward your quality of life, your improvement of life, how you see things, change your perception on things as well. All that sort of stuff is, it's going to happen for you. So, and 2020 obviously is the year to be absolutely doing that as well. So lots of changes. The light will be shown on people this year. So if you've been working your butt off for 2019 and the last couple of years before that, this is the year. 2020 is your year to really sort of sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor. And, there's been that toxic relationship that has sort of been in the back of your mind or holding you back even though you've separated from that person, that's all going to be let go this year, and things are just going to start flowing better for you, and it's just flows. Like, I'm super pumped about 2020. I know, being an Australian, we have had a disastrous few months, but it's kind of like the universe is purging. It's getting rid of, unfortunately, everything in the destructive path, but it's getting rid of some stuff to make way for new for a lot of people and sending them on a different direction as well. So it's going to be an exciting year. The first couple of months are going to be turbulent, of course, while we groove ourselves into that energy, but then after that, of course, there's going to be things are just going to be improve. So if you've seen any of my other videos, you would notice that I'm talking a lot about the February-March period, where things just start to make sense for us, and that's what's going on. So, I thought we'd start today with a collective reading. Now, I've got to introduce you to my crystals that I'm working with today. I have been... Before I start any one-on-one readings, which I do through a video link just like this, it doesn't matter where you are in the world. If you'd like to have a reading with me, we can do so. Just check out my website or my Facebook if you'd like some further details. But before I go into a reading, I always choose some crystals and just say, okay, I'm reading for Susie, Tom, Dick, Harry, whatever their name is, and then wherever my eye lands on my altar, and I have probably 200-something crystals there, it's a crystal that I pick up, and then, I'm not a crystal person, I'm not going to pretend to be, but I go and research that crystal and find out what that's all about and how that's going to support the person. That does fall a little bit of their reading, but it tunes into the frequency of what's going on at the moment, where that soul conscious level is. And I will always recommend that you go and grab yourself one of these crystals if you haven't intuitively done that, and then from there you can stick it in your bra if you're a girl. Stick it in your pocket if you're a boy, keep it in a little crystal pocket or a bag, and just keep it on you until you start to feel the energy of that crystal. So amethyst has come up a lot this week. This is my little amethyst ball. Got lots of twists and turns in it. It's I see the beauty in not broken things, but blemishes. And I just think that they add to the beauty, because every time I look at this ball, I see a new little twist and turn in it. And it's a bit like looking at your friend or your lover or your children. Every time you look at them, you see them as essentially themselves, but then you see different layers of them and different little things about them that you hadn't noticed before. So I really love this amethyst. I'll be working with her. And then, of course, my trusty demon of dirt, my celestial quartz. Now, celestial quartz is a higher level quartz. It works with spirit channeling. It works with a whole bunch of stuff, but I actually really love it. I'm such a sucker for anything smoky, except for our bushfires, of course. That was a bad play on words. And I just love it. It's a really nice crystal. I've always got a piece on me, either in my bra, in my pocket, depends on what I'm doing. Don't really leave home without a smoky of some description, and this is the big brother of the smoky quartz, so I'll be working with that one. And, of course, the latest addition to my troops, I suppose you could call them, that's the black quartz. It's a little hard to tell all the different colours that are coming through for that, but I like the amethyst. It's got a lot of blemishes and a lot of little nicks and little lines through it, which create beautiful dimensions to be able to do that. I use it as a TV sometimes to be able to channel and use trance meditation through it as well. And trusty spirit quartz. Spirit quartz is one of the prettier ones. Just purely because of the way it forms. And this is just a higher level again. So this is really, I wouldn't recommend if you're starting out in your spiritual journey to run out and grab a spirit quartz and stick it in your pillowcase, because it might be a little overwhelming for you. However, there's something certainly to work up to start using and to just play on the energies of the spirit quartz. So. Right, let's have a look at collective reading and seeing what we're dealing with just at the moment. So what a collective reading is, if you haven't heard that term before, is it looks at the universal energy, what's going on at the moment, and then we'll just have a look at what, because it's unfortunate, but most of us are doing that Me Too thing, okay? So if you're having a hard time in your place of business or in your workplace or with your family, there's always someone that crosses your path that's going through something similar, which is why when you do, like I do rapid fire flash readings on my private page, my private Facebook page, and quite often we'll get a number of people that are going through similar things that need to let go of similar things. Might be different circumstances or different, might be a boy letting go of a girl or a girl letting go of a boy or those sorts of things. But essentially the alignment or the misalignment is similar. There's a common thread there. So you'll often get groups of people going through similar things. So collective readings are fairly good because it gives you an opportunity to know that you're not alone. And just by talking about things and taking the shame and embarrassment away from what you're going through can sometimes just open the doors for everybody to say it's okay to say how we're feeling, or it's okay to let people know that we're not in a good place or that we're struggling. So, right, we've got a good, oh, look at this, very nice. Beautiful. Right, we've got a couple of different cards here. I've actually pulled out 5, which is interesting. 5 is a number of exploring, freedom, change. It's just a nice, right smack bang in the middle, okay? So it's a balanced number. It gives us lots of different directions that we can go in, because we've done some hard yards. We're on the downhill motion now, so we're gaining momentum. That let us know that collectively now is the time to rest, okay? So we need to take a little bit of a breather. We've got through Christmas, got through New Year, got through some really sticky Mother Earth versus Earth moments where we were reminded just how powerful our nature is in all areas of our globe, not just in Australia. So now's the time to rest and relax a little bit and just take a deep breath and enjoy life and think about the things that you want to bring into your life for 2020 as well. Really manifest them and have that emotion attached to the outcome as well. Know that you're always protected. So the protection card has come up here. So it might feel a little bit scary to come out of your comfort zone and try a different direction or try different things, or just say that's enough, this is not working for me anymore. And they're big, scary changes. They're transformational changes. So know that you're protected during this. If you're a little bit nervous or got a bit of overwhelming feeling, ask for protection. Ask your guides to come in. Ask the angels, whoever you're comfortable with calling in and you have that trust and faith in. That's who you call in for help. You say, okay, I need some protection around this. Can you show me what the answer is? Can you protect me while I go through this challenge? And now's the time to do that. Also an opportunity here. Now, these three last cards are very, very connected. And there's intimacy, affirmations, and source. So intimacy is not just what we share with another person, it's also how we treat ourselves. That self-care, that self-love, self-nurturing is a lot to do with the intimacy as well. Our first and best love affair should be with ourselves. I know that sounds bonkers, but if we don't understand who we are and what we want and what love feels like for us, because love is an umbrella term, it feels different for everybody, then how will we know what love feels like when someone else comes along and offers it? If we don't love ourselves, how will we be able to say to that person, I deserve more, or I should be contributing more? It's a self-awareness level that we all must have. So this is an opportunity in the next few weeks, at least 2-3 weeks, that we really keep in check how we're talking to ourselves and using those self-love and self-care words that are very important. Affirmations. Now, affirmations, if you're not familiar with that term, means it's like a prayer. You're affirming, you're saying something that you want to have happen. You're giving thanks for your food, your life, your family, everything that you have right now, giving thanks for the terrible lessons that you may have gone through, but look at you now, that character building, okay? So affirmations will help you seek out alignment within yourself as well, so you can function on a different level, because when you affirm something, it's kind of making a promise, you're making a statement, you're keeping a goal, and it's a verbal goal of what you want to achieve. So affirmations are really good. So if you've particularly been involved in lots of challenges and just a shitty time, really, that's what it is, it's a shitty time, the last 3 years in particular, then your 3-4 years, then this is the time for you to, let me put it to you this way. If you look up Google, okay, and you want to research, let's think of a topic, car wash, okay, you want to understand about car washes. You don't put it into Google search everything you don't want. You tell Google exactly what you want. So that's how you get the answer. That's how you get to car wash. If you go to a restaurant, you don't go through the entire menu with the waiter or the waitress saying what you don't want. You tell them what you want, because there is an expectation that you will get your burger and your fries and your Coke. That is what you'll get, because that is what you ordered. And we forget as humans sometimes that when we want to manifest things, that's how we get those things. I want this. And you might be absolutely banging is what we call it in Australia. So that means hankering, I think, is an expression that I've heard the Americans use. But you really, really want that burger. And there's an emotional attachment to it, because you want to eat this burger. So you ask for the burger. You know what you want. Life is exactly the same thing. I want this. I don't want a boyfriend that's going to do this. I don't want a girlfriend that does that. I don't want this. I don't want that. Google doesn't care about what you don't want. You tell Google what you want, Google will give it to you. If you tell the waiter or the waitress what you want, unless they're out of that stock, you will get that. So that's what we need to remember as humans, on how to manifest stuff and how to get what we want, is by clearly and directively asking for it and not being afraid to do that. Affirmation, very, very important. And the source is the last card. So unlike barbecue or chili or tomato sauce, play on words, the source is all about how you connect. So I connect with the earth, I connect with the energy, I connect with frequency. Some people connect with God, some people connect with angels, some people connect with the same way I do, some people connect with dream time, Aboriginal dream time. It doesn't really matter who you connect with or how you connect with them. If you've got pure intent and you've got a place of love and heart and acceptance and forgiveness and all of those higher frequency emotions, you're already into the source. You're tapping into the source. What that source looks like for you is irrelevant. It doesn't really matter. We place too much emphasis on your source is not the same as mine, therefore you're wrong, I'm right. No, it's not. It's kind of like do as you will, harm none. Okay, so if you're not hurting anybody by what you're believing in, it doesn't matter what you believe in. That's what you need to think about this year, where your head space is at, where your heart space is at, and what is for your highest good, irrelevant and outside of what everybody else may think or may push upon you. That's how you're going to do it, by grabbing that strength and strength building into character building, which leads to great affirmations, leads to quality of life. A lot to take in, I know, but if you get stuck with it, I invite you to seek me out. I'm on Facebook, YouTube, all over the place. Thanks very much to Moonstruck and a few other modalities that I read for. You come and have a chat with me, and we will get to that point where, you know, we can unlock where those misalignments are, or where their frequency needs to shift, where your mindset needs to shift. It's transforming stuff. It's letting go of anything that no longer serves us. It is fantastic, and it's so empowering, because you don't realize how great life's going to be until you actually start going for it. So that's a collective reading for everyone for the next couple of weeks, apparently, I've been told. Thank you very much, guys. Okay, let's see if we've got a caller. We have. Fantastic. Yolanda in Texas. Are you there?
Yes. How you doing?
Hi. I'm good, and yourself?
Just fine.
All right, what can I do for you? Oh, you've got a really lovely energy.
Oh, thank you. I'm just wondering, my father passed away about 10 years ago, and I'm just wondering, I used to have some dreams about him, several dreams, and I'm just wondering, is he still talking to me? Is he, what's going on? I miss him a lot, and we're real close.
Yeah. You know what? You're not alone in feeling that. Sometimes when people pass, we get, their smells, or we get reminders, or we just feel like they're there with us, and we feel like they're still able to hear us. And then as time goes on, we kind of feel like maybe they can't hear us, or maybe they're not here anymore, maybe they just disappeared altogether. And it's a common, for me, it's a common question that gets asked. Are they still here? Are they still listening to us? Absolutely they are. There's a disconnect. I like your frequency, I like your energy, but they're telling me that you need to take your shoes off and stand in the grass, stand in the dirt, okay? There's been a lot going on for you personally since your father passed, and that's made it, it's made it a little bit hard for you sometimes too, because there's a lot of emotion with everything, not just your father passing, there's other stuff going on, and your heart feels really super heavy. So whatever it is that you've been coping with or trying to understand and make logical sense of, that is why it feels like your dad's not listening or your dad's not about. He certainly is. He's letting me know he is. Did he have a really good tan? Did he have a brown skin?
Bad skin?
Yeah,
no bad skin.
Like a suntan. Did he work outside or something? He's showing me that he's got a really lovely tan. So whether he worked too much, and he's showing me that he's got rest and relaxation now, but he's coming through as he's got a suntan. Like he's not super white. Like if you can see me, I'm super white. I glow in the dark. But your dad's brown. Is that the right man?
Yes.
Yeah. He's still very much around you. He's giving you the space that you need to grow and to expand and to work through some of the things that you're working through as well, okay? I know that you probably need him and need his comfort and his nurturing when you're going through some of these things, but he's trying to allow you space to grow at your own rate as well. Did he work outside?
Yeah, he did.
Or did he just like being outside? He's taking me outside.
Yeah. Country boy, yeah. Country boy. He's a country boy.
Oh, I missed that. I'm sorry, darling. Could you tell me again, please?
Oh, I said he's a country boy. He's a country boy. Horses, ride horses, you know, a country, you know, cowboy hat, things like that.
Ah, beautiful. That's where you got your beautiful grounded energy from, that real nice energy.
Yes.
Okay. I've got a really sticky throat, so it feels like, you know, when you get like a throb in your throat and it just tickles and you can't work out, you know, whether you need to cough or not. That's what's happening. How did your father pass away? Could you please tell me?
He had cancer. He had lung cancer.
Okay, that's the breathing. I'm trying to cough. Okay.
Lung cancer. I'm going through something. He left some property, and I'm trying to figure out how can I get these people, these squanderers, out of this property that he left. And I don't know if I should persuade it or just let it go, that the people take the property, or just keep fighting.
Okay. Are you hanging on to the property because you're worried about losing your dad if you let go of the property?
No, he bought it for a reason, and I don't want to just let it go, just to let it go. I want to make a profit off of it, of course, because he did spend his hard-earned money on it. But I'm just wondering, should I keep fighting to get these people, squanderers, out of this property that we have, or should I just let it go and just let them just take it, you know, just keep living in it illegally?
Okay. When I flipped over a card, do you live on a property yourself? So do you have? No, I have a.
No. I have my own home, but this is like a commercial property. It's a funeral home, and I got some people living in it illegally, and I can't get them out of this property. So I don't know if to keep fighting to get them out or to let it go. What would my dad want me to do? I know he bought it because he wanted a business to be ran out of it, but that did not happen because he got sick.
Right. Okay. What do you want to do? Are you on the radio or are you watching live? He's showing me his hand moving through the air. So just let it go. Let it go. And he's fine with that. Let it go. You know, sometimes when he just didn't want to talk about stuff, he'd put his hand in the air and just like wave it off.
Yeah. Right.
That's what he's doing now. He's just waving it off. So it's your decision to make what you want to do. He's happy with whatever. He's not worried about, you know, it's neither here nor there for him.
Right.
He just has to make sure that if you are going to sell it, sweetheart, you are going to sell it, sweetheart. He wants to make sure that you get a good price for it. Okay. So just hold off. Don't take the first or couple buyers that come along. I don't know what the real estate market is like over there in America, but here people can offer different prices, and then you as an owner decide whether you want it or not. Dad's letting you know to just hold off and play a bit of hardball on that, okay, to make sure you get what you want. Oh, I think I've lost you. Or hopefully you can watch the replay if you on. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Leanna in Sarasota, Florida. I've heard of that. Leanna, are you there?
I'm here. I'm feeling good. I'm here.
How are you? Oh, Leanne, I'm just pardon.
I'm trying
Sorry. What can I do for you?
Okay, I'm just, what do you see for my future? What am I doing? What am I supposed to do?
All right, I love your energy. It's like go, 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 go. And I'm even starting to speak faster because you want results. You want things right now. You've done the work. Where's the reward? Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me is what it's all about. So you've got a whole bunch of things coming in for you for 2020 in particular, but you are actually going to stretch out to 2022, okay, which is really interesting. I haven't had a reading that far yet this year, so this is really cool. So you have been working extremely hard to shed anything that no longer serves you, and you've been doing that in particular. There's been a bit of a push on it for the last 8 months in particular, and I'm actually pounding my fist into my other hand, like, I need results, I need to move forward. What is this? Is this as good as it gets? And that's exactly where your mindset is at the moment. What do you want to do as far as working for yourself is concerned? Do you want a second stream of income, or are you thinking about working for yourself? There's just something else there.
That's funny you said that. Yeah, I was trying to do that, but it didn't fall through. Like, I feel like I'm cursed, honestly. Like, I'm going to keep 100. And I'm trying to learn to manifest this. There's more out there, and I just know. And it's just, I want to know if my mom or my sister's with me. Like, is there signs? Like, what am I supposed to do? I feel lost. It's like, I'm trying to make this money, do what I got to do, but, like, I'm lost. I don't know what to do. And I don't know if there's love for me or what's going on. I'm just lost.
Okay. All right. What I love about your energy is it's very similar to mine. It is chaotic. There's so much going on in our minds. There's so much going on. My hands are itchy even listening to your voice. So I want to do stuff with my hands, like do stuff. So what I would suggest to you is get your diary out and write down all the things that you want to do. Start using a vision board, because your mind is so busy. We need to get all of it out of your mind chatter and into the atmosphere and into the now. And how we do that is through journaling and writing stuff down. You are an absolute entrepreneur. If any business that comes across your way falls through your fingers, stuff it. Don't worry about it. Find something else. It's not the business for you. It's just, you will attract a tremendous amount of wealth, and you're growing. The state that you're growing at is really good. It's important that you work for yourself, though, because your mind is so fast, people will struggle with working with you, okay? Because you can see your vision, you can see things come into fruition, and you want to grab them. And not everybody works in that manner, okay? So if you can work for yourself, that is absolutely brilliant. The next couple of businesses that you will look at, really have a look at dividends, how much investment you need to put into them first, because the business that's for you will have a tiny investment and a big return, okay? So we can have a closer look, but I'm going to run out of time, my dear. So you're welcome to send me a request for a private reading if you like, or jump on my website and have a look. I just don't want to cut you off, but I know I'm very short on time. So but go for it. Take risks this year. Go for it. Your gut will tell you what you need to do. Use your intuitive ability. Don't dismiss those feelings that you get. You're quite intuitive. You're not silly, okay? So play on that. Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah. And I have to go. Thank you very much for your call. I'm so sorry I rushed it.
That's okay. No, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Take care. Hi. Thank you so much for joining in to me for this week. Covered a lot, and it's just nice seeing people wanting to progress with their lives, which is exactly what 2020 is all about. It's about taking risk and doing the things that we love. So once again, I'm Janita Francis. Thank you very much for tuning in for this week. I'll see you again next Wednesday. If you'd love a personal private reading with me, please check me out on my Facebook page or my website, www.insightbyjanita.com. I'm on Facebook.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Angel Guidance by Lisa Shore. Live from PureLoveEnergy.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Angel Guide on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. This is Lisa. This is my show, Angel Guidance by Lisa. Just want to introduce myself. I am a Reiki Master Healer, and I am an evidential medium, and I'm also an intuitive. And being a medium and being an intuitive sort of go hand in hand, because in order for me to talk to spirit, those who departed and now are on the other side, they communicate with me through my psychic abilities. So that being said, I also want to let you know I do communicate with beings of light, with angels, and with those who have ascended to the higher realms of consciousness, meaning sometimes they're called ascended masters. And those people, though they may have been people on the spiritual realm and have moved on through levels of consciousness higher, and so they understand more of life's broader lessons. So I do a little bit of many things, but the thing I do like to do is teach people about all things spirit. So this today, it's the 31st of December, and we are looking into 2020 with our 2020 vision. And what I'd like to do for you today is give you a prediction for yourself. And the first predictions of the year are going to be about your professional life, about your finances, perhaps about what things you need to overcome to move through life in 2020 with a little more ease and flow. And what I did is I decided that I wanted to give more in-depth predictions than I usually do, because we are looking at a full year. But these are also going to be overarching ideas or messages as well of what you can work on in order to achieve what you want this year. And so that being said, I gave readings from Spirit prior to the show. I use tarot cards. I also use oracle cards, and I also receive information, insight that comes in from the spiritual realm. They drop messages into my presence and into my awareness. So what I'd like to do is have you select who you or what you want as far as a reading goes, if you're going to choose letter A or letter B. So what I want you to do is just sit quietly for a moment, feet flat on the floor, and I want you to really just focus your intent on what the highest good is for yourself. So breathe in and just breathe in slowly and release. And ask your higher self, what is my highest good for 2020? I have a choice for a reading, and I can choose letter A or B. And then what you hear first, if it's letter A or letter B, that's what you go with. Because there are no accidents in this world, and so whatever letter you choose will be the perfect one for you. So I want you to go ahead and get centered and think about that for a moment. Decide your letter, A or B, and then I'll start. Okay, so if you chose letter A, I'm going to let you know what the divine shared with me just prior to this, me going on air. Literally, I was doing readings up until the last 5 minutes before I got on air. So if you chose letter A, I want you to listen carefully. You might want to take some notes, because this is going to go into some things that are a little deeper than I normally talk about. Okay, so the first thing, the first card actually that I drew, the first being that came through was an ascended master. Okay, and so an ascended master, like I said, could have been a person in the physical world who ascended on into heaven higher than most, or also could be what would be considered a god or goddess worshipped by ancient people. So the first one is actually Joan of Arc, and this is for letter A. Okay, so the ascended master that comes to you as a guide for 2020, okay, is Joan of Arc. And Joan of Arc was a person who lived in the 1400s in France. Okay, so you think about that time, it's nowhere near like it is now. The 1400s in France, people would have, pretty much lived day to day. And, there was a lot of fighting going on at that time. And so there was actually a battle between France and England at that time. And Joan of Arc lived in France. And she was aware of the war. And she was just a girl at the time. She was 13. And when she was 13 years old, she had a vision. Okay, she had a vision of angels. And within that vision, she also spoke with Archangel Michael. And Archangel Michael is God's greatest warrior angel. And Archangel Michael had a message for her. Okay? And this is what she told, and this was recorded, actually. This was all written down. And back then, but she said, I saw the angels with my physical eyes. So she didn't just see them in a vision in her mind, she saw them right in front of her. And she said, I saw them with my physical eyes. And the angels told me that I am supposed to drive the English out of France because this battle is not to be won by the English, it should be won by the French. And Archangel Michael was helping her through this vision. And so Joan of Arc was a girl, and she did do what her angels told her to do, though. So that would be pretty daunting to be 13, to have Archangel Michael, God's greatest warrior angel, come to you, standing before you in the physical world, right in front of you, and say, Joan, you need to lead your people into battle against the English. I mean, most people, I think, especially a 13-year-old girl, would not want to do that. It would be pretty scary. But Joan did. Joan did that very thing. And she led her people into battle against the English. Now, unfortunately, she was captured by the English, and she was sentenced to death. So things didn't really work out that well for Joan as far as what happened to her in the physical world. But that did not that was not daunting to her. She did not waver in her faith. So she was on trial, and that's how we have all these records of what she said. She was on trial by the English, and they couldn't believe she spoke to angels. They thought she was a witch. They were just so unkind to her. And she was captured, she was sentenced to death, but she said of her faith, you must act on your faith and God will act. So what does that mean exactly? For you, it means that if you have a belief, if you have a strong faith in something that you know is true for you, that by you acting on it, taking small actions towards it, you can rest assured that God or the universe will act on your behalf on the other side as well. Okay? She created and demonstrated great faith. And she took a risk that no other young woman, much less a girl at that time, had ever taken before. So when you believe your own vision and move beyond your fear and act on your truth, you will be met by support from the universe. So right now, decide, what is your powerful vision for 2020? And know that you will be divinely protected and guided and supported as you pursue it. Okay, so Joan of Arc is your ascended master who will help you during this time. If you want more information about Joan of Arc, just do an internet search. There is a ton of information about Joan of Arc, and you might find her inspiring. And if you want to continue to have her assistance, her inspiration for you, why don't you print out a photo of her? Why don't you see if there's some quotes that were attributed to her that might be inspirational for you? Okay, so the rest of your reading will go on into some other issues you may be confronting at this time or dealing with. And this, once again, this is for the people who chose letter A. Okay, so there may be some sorrow in your mind right now that may relate back to the last 3 months, 3 years, or even as early as the age of 3. So that's interesting, isn't it? things we go through repeat in patterns. And so when I say it could have happened 3 months ago, 3 years ago, or back to the age of 3, what I mean is you may have had triggers of past beliefs happen during those times, and you're growing through these lessons you're learning, okay? Now, maybe when you were 3 years old, as a child, you experienced some sorrow or it hadn't had something happen with your original family, like your parents, like your mother and father and you. And so that would be the original triangle in your family, or whoever raised you, if there were 2 people who raised you, what happened with them at the age of 3? You might want to go back and think about that. Were there some issues going on? Maybe you don't consciously remember them, but maybe you know the story about what was going on in your life at the age of 3. So you really do want to go back and investigate that a little bit. Then think about what happened 3 years ago. What was going on in your life 3 years ago? What was the pattern? What was happening then? Pull out the obvious connections there, and then go back to 3 months ago and see what was happening in your life then. Now, you may not think about it, and it may not come to you right away. It may be something you have to sort of sit on for a while and maybe reflect about, maybe journal about, but it will come to you. And so see what that pattern is. And it may be related to sorrow you're carrying, and that sorrow you're reworking in your mind over and over and over again. And all that does is keep you in a pattern of sorrow. So if you're feeling sad, if you're feeling upset, you want to release that, okay? And what this means is you have the opportunity to release this in 2020. Okay. It also may mean that you're part of a group of people, of 3 people, and those people may be hurtful or have destructive patterns connected with them that aren't good for you. So you may want to remove yourself from that group. So think about that as well. So in the next 3 months, you're going to be able to eliminate this pattern of negativity, this pattern of sorrowful or sad thinking. And it will be helpful for you to take steps to do that. Okay, so trusting yourself is also important. And I feel like you don't trust yourself enough, because if you start to trust yourself, you're going to inspire your confidence in yourself, because you're good at some things, okay? And you need to start owning that. All right, no matter who told you what in the past, you are good at some things. And since you're good at these things, you're going to be able to embrace the talents you have this year, and you're going to be able to demonstrate them to others. Like maybe it has to do with work. Maybe it has to do with something you want to do for a living that's a side job. You know, there will be some recognition for you this year in your talents. So it will be a year of growth for you in 2020. And it will be important that you participate in activities that increase your self-esteem. Self-esteem is about feeling good about yourself. Increasing your activities in self-esteem means doing things that make you feel good, doing things that get you positive feedback. If you're participating in things that don't make you feel good or don't get positive feedback from others, maybe you need to reconsider what you're doing and what those activities are, and if they're really serving you. What you could say as an affirmation would be, I value who I am. And start really owning that, because you have a lot to offer. And you need to embrace that, because there's so much of you to give to the world. So there are some things you will need to release. Any patterns you have that hold yourself back, 10 weeks to 10 months. Okay, that would include throughout 2020. So you need to express all of who you are, not just some of who you are. You feel like you're holding back some of these gifts you have, or even what you would like to say to others, and you just won't say them because you're concerned about what they think. Start letting that go. You have the opportunity to be supported by the universe on this in 2020. So if you're holding back your power through your thinking and not expressing your true self, you need to release that now. Okay? You also may meet some new friends this year who will be special to you, and they may take you into their confidence, meaning they may share secrets with you or information with you. So it's important to honor their trust and keep their secret if it is for the highest good and does not cause harm to others. So no, people will see you special. People will want to talk to you. People will want to share what's on their mind because they trust you. So know that that is like a quality that's very magnetic, and you will start to pull those people into your circle of friends. So you will be experiencing a lot of change this year as well. And it is important to stay centered and strong during this change, especially when you go through your daily routines. If you feel like this change is throwing you off, it's really important to stay grounded. And that means, like stick with your schedule. Stick with what you know works for you. Okay? You might even want to be able to get outside, take a walk, connect with nature. That'll help ground you as well. All right. Don't allow other people to influence you this year either, because that can throw you off your game. And you know what? I think that you can accomplish more than you realize. And that's such a wonderful thing when you are able to do something and you can look at yourself and go, wow, I actually did that. That's amazing. You will accomplish progress towards your dreams this year. And I want you to own that and know that and feel that. And so another thing you want to think about is not to take people for granted this year either. Please be grateful for those who are loyal to you. I know sometimes people get on your nerves, and maybe those who are in your life the most get on your nerves the most, but perhaps it's because they feel comfortable telling you how it is, and they're the most loyal to you. And you know what? Finding people who are loyal to you is not that easy. There's a lot of people who would stab you in the back. There's a lot of people who would turn around and leave and ghost you. Be grateful for those who are loyal to you. You may feel a bit overwhelmed, so take one day at a time, all right? And take small steps towards progress. Okay, this year will also be a year to work on your third eye chakra. And what do I mean by that? Your third eye chakra is right here in the center of your head, and it will help you begin to understand energy. So energy can be seen as visions. It can be also felt as feelings, like a vibe. Like if people are angry, you may feel that. That's connected with the third eye. You also may start to see visions of angels, like Joan of Arc. That's possible. I'm not saying you'll see them right in the physical world, but you can certainly notice them when you start to go to sleep and drift off in your dreams. They love to come to us in our dreams. That's a real easy way for them to communicate with us. Your third eye chakra is also where you see your future, your goals, and where you can envision what you want out of life. So please be sure that you imagine where you want to go in life, where you want to go this year in 2020. Write down some goals. Do it right now. Write down some goals of what you want to see happen and start feeling that. Imagine that. Feel all the feelings with it. Something else that the guides told me to tell you is to create a God box. Okay, and a God box is where you can write any of your worries or concerns on a piece of paper and then put the piece of paper in a box. And you can choose a special box, like a jewelry box, or you can create a box, make it special, and then put your concerns in that box. And that will allow you to release the energy of concern and allow the universe to help you with it. So if you're worried about something, write what you're worried about on a slip of paper, put it in your God box, and let it go. Don't fixate on it, because that just keeps the worry in your energy. Okay, and also know, if you're hearing this now, please know that you have been called to help heal others. And it is important for you to understand that you have a great spiritual power that will be a blessing to others. And if you have had hints of this kind of thinking, consider this your sign that you can be of service to the universe, and you will be supported in that way. So there's another thing I want to wrap up with, and I want to tell you about your power animal. Okay, you have a lot of power animals, but this one that came is the tiger. Okay, and the tiger is about your power, and you will have a greater depth of vision and the ability to discern what others may not be telling you. So in order to manifest, it is important to pray, and that just means expressing what you want to see in life to the universe. Give your concerns and worries over to the universe, and remember, you must ask. Okay, that's letter A. Letter B. Letter B. Let's start with the Ascended Master, who's helping you. Okay, and this is so exciting. Letter B, you have quite the year ahead of you for 2020. The Ascended Master helping you is Lakshmi, and that's Lakshmi. Lakshmi is the goddess of wealth, fortune, and prosperity. Yay! Her name means to understand or to have a goal. So does it mean she's going to drop a bag of gold on your lap with you doing nothing? No. What it means is if you put your mind to it and you have goals and you have plans and you work towards those, you will be blessed by her and her energy. Okay, she's a Hindu goddess. She goes back to 100 BC in the Hindu culture. She is well respected by the Hindu people. She represents abundance, and she helps people achieve their sense of purpose and vision. So you might want to Google her, take a look, see what she looks like, print out a picture of her. She's a beautiful goddess. She usually has gold and beautiful jewelry on, and she would be someone you want to put in your space, like a picture of her in your space as well. Okay, so if she were to speak, Lakshmi would say the ultimate goal is not about money, but knowing what makes you happy. And so she wants you to enter into a state of mind that will allow you to receive your true wealth. And this year, in 2020, you will overcome the fears that you had in 2019. And since you have released those fears from 2019, I feel like you've been working on this, allowing some of these things to move past, you're going to start to see evidence of the new awareness you have in 2020, okay? So some other things that came up in this reading, it was all about money, it was all about the future, it was all about career and professional and building your world physically. So this is great. So you are able to build a new foundation for your future. Just like a building has to have a firm foundation, you need to have a firm foundation for where you're moving forward. So you also may become a leader or demonstrate leadership abilities to others because you're going to see what works and what doesn't. And you will move forward with career changes as you work as an authority figure. And you will be able to work through any issues you have had. Also, if you had any problems with your father, like any kind of issues growing up, you're going to work through those as well. So it's all about being a leader, embracing your male side, and really taking charge of what you want to do with your life. So another card I drew for you was the Wheel of Fortune. Okay, that is an awesome card. That card is about abundance, prosperity, and fortune. Pretty awesome, right? You will experience unusual opportunities concerning your finances or creativity that will allow you to have major breakthroughs this year in 2020. This is abundance in the physical world, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. Okay? You are determined, and if you're not, you will start seeing evidence of this. You are determined to turn your life in a more abundant direction. And you may experience unexpected opportunities that will be a win-win for you in 2020. This certainly looks like a career year for you. You also are going to have a Midas touch. Midas meaning the tail of the man. It was a king, and anything he touched turned to gold. Okay? So know that you will have the Midas touch in 2020. And this will come to you either for yourself, and whether you work for yourself or whether you work for others, okay? You have a natural business sense, and you will experience a thriving career this year. 2020 will also be a time where you learn and study and research new ideas about work, finances, and goals. It could be a seminar, it could be a class online that you take, or just some research that will help you get on the ball with what you really want to do. Wonderful news is on its way for 2020, and there is more indication that you will have a promotion or new career opportunity. You may even have an award given to you. Whatever it is, you will have positive recognition for your hard work. You will receive accolades in the public eye, or maybe even an offer of help from someone who is successful, like a mentor. And you will make smart choices this year. It's sounding fantastic for you. It is important to visualize success and see yourself doing well in this situation, because your faith will help you achieve a positive outcome. If you get nervous, focus on service, meaning if you can answer the question of how can I make the world a better place, you will be supported by the universe to do so. If you want to help yourself raise your vibration, it is important for you to listen to high vibe music or maybe even dance. Because when you move and sing, you will automatically shift yourself out of any negativity, guilt, anything that's low vibration. Singing and dancing will shift you out of that, okay? If you're not sure about going into something that you want to do for a business, you can start working on it now and keep your other job to pay the bills, okay? And soon you will be supported for the job of your dreams, okay? Whether that be working for yourself or someone else, start moving in that direction in small steps. I know this, it works. It's worked for me, it'll work for you too. So the whole of this reading for letter B is that there is successful funding for you, whatever the idea is that you want to turn into a reality. Don't allow concerns about money stop you. So the animal totem that is working with you this year, among others, is the snake. Now that may sound a little weird, but the snake is about transformation and rebirth, okay? Just like a snake loses its skin and has a new one underneath, so you too will shed what does not work for you and step into your new life. Okay, so letter B, fantastic news. Letter A, awesome as well. You both have different paths to follow. So if you chose letter A, consider what I said. You might want to go back, review this, jot down some notes about what we talked about. Letter B, same thing. And if you have any questions, if you'd like a manifestation reading, you can message me on my Facebook page at Pure Love Energy. I'm happy to help you. I hope you all have a fantastic New Year's Eve, a blessed 2020, and I'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
Cozy Blanket, trying that out today. So glad you're here. As we all know, sometimes there are little blips in our day. I had to go emergency babysit, and not fun, a toddler, a male toddler today. So I got here about 5 minutes before the show, unusual for me. And then I reached into my purse, and here are my headphones. Somebody very charmingly did kind of a 1960s pop art site-specific arrangement with these. But what was also, and I think this is so sweet, he also gave me a lovely parting gift, and I'd like to share it. I think he thought I needed a makeover, so this would be with it. I think I'm going to be pretty much doing this throughout the show, and singing "I'm My Own Grandpa." Anyway, that was fun. A couple of weeks. Would that be what's going on with you?
No, not at all. Not with relationships, but with like past problems. I've finally decided to let go of things and move forward. Yes, I think that's what you're probably sensing.
I think I am, because that's exactly what I was writing about today, and thinking a lot about today, and working with clients. And I'd love to work with you because you're amazing in that you're willing to let stuff go. And I work with people, and I'll say, would you rather be right in this situation, or would you rather be happy? And because people really identify with their problems, and you don't. And the last couple of weeks, I've also been looking at old behaviors or old ways of being. And I think you're going through this exactly. And when that old behavior or way of being comes up, I can kind of sense it and say, you know what? I'm not going through door number 1 anymore. I'm choosing door number 2 here. Are you finding that out? Are you finding that you're not engaging with other people's toxic narratives, that you're making better choices for self-care? Are you?
Right, that's exactly, yes, you're correct. And it's enlightened me quite definitely, and it's made a huge difference in my daily being and everything, and how I feel, everything.
Well, you're very present wherever you are right now. I mean, at work, or if you're, doing something creative at home, you're not being taken hostage by woulda, shoulda, coulda. You're being before, if you were someplace, half of you wouldn't be there because your anxiety would have taken you out of the room, essentially. And there's a really beautiful thing about not letting anxiety yank you out of your being in the moment. It's a beautiful thing when you can just be at work pouring a cup of tea, and that's what you're doing. You're at work pouring a cup of tea. Or it also feels to me like you've discovered either a spiritual practice or a form of meditation that really works for you. Is that the case?
That's very, 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 very true. That's my question for you. Is I'm also discovering that I have some psychic abilities that I'm unsure about, and I kind of want to know where to go from here.
All right. Let's see what kind of psychic ability you have. I've never done this in the show before. And this is not about me, although it's kind of fun. But off the top of your head, do not think without pausing. Tell me, say 3 words, tune into my energy, say 3 words about me or something that's going on in my life. Hit it.
I'm seeing purple. I'm just seeing light and happy.
That's very good, and thank you. That's very good. I work a lot with, aside from just sheer prayer, I like to work with some saints and ascended masters. I work a lot with Archangel Raphael, whose color is purple. And you're picking up, I do an angelic meditation before the show. So you're very good. Now, somebody who's, for me, I think you're a clairvoyant and an empath. And I also, there's a little bit of shamanism in there. I'm going to recommend a book right now. It's not actually about magic. It's sort of about, it's called Practical Magic. It's not a fiction book. It was way before that. And what it is just how to get into certain states that will, and then shield yourself, and then do a deep listening to yourself and to other people. That's the kind of, you're a psychic who, by shamanistic, I mean that you have a connection to the physical earth. By clairvoyant, I mean that you get information, you see information. An empath and clairsentient are sort of the same thing. You just feel stuff in your body. Those are good places to start. My name is Perry Lyons, P-E-R-I, and then Lyons, L-Y-O-N-S. Drop me a line on my Facebook page, and I'll recommend a couple of books and give you a couple minutes of direction. That's something you should start studying. Don't quit your day job yet, but when it's time, I think you'll be a part of the community, somebody in the community we really, really value. Does that work for you? Okay. Anything else?
No, I appreciate everything, and thank you so much for your time.
Oh, such a pleasure. And please do get in touch. You have a real gift. And if you've ever seen the show before, you know, I don't fit. Unless you ask me.
Absolutely. No, I've been watching for a little bit.
Oh, thank you. I'll send you a check. All right. Thanks, love. Okay, now we have,
Take care.
That was wonderful. What a great session. Now we have Jane from Kent in England. Are you in Canterbury? I love Kent. Darling, are you there? Jane?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello there.
Hello there. I used to date a lot of men from Kent, and it would just drive me crazy because they'd spend the first part of the date explaining the difference between a Kentish man or a man of Kent. And then I'd have to hit them. How are you today?
I'm not sure.
Good. I'm glad you called then. I feel you're worried about something slightly physical that might be affecting your self-esteem. But first of all, tell me your birthday. What day is it?
Sorry?
I'm sorry. Oh, look. These are almost ready. Tell me what day your birthday is. That's how I connect with you and jump into you.
Oh, 28th of August.
I'm sorry, what? The what? I'm sorry, what is it, love?
Sorry? 28th of August. 28th.
Good to know. Have you, I'm very glad you called. Have you, and now we can use these. Woo! Oh, August 28th. God. You know, that's really interesting. Hold on 1 second. I'm just fixing the, stand by, folks. And look at my, what I just did was, hooray! These puppies are brand new. Okay. There. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Good thing, too. 28th of August. That's people born in that day are so good, but sometimes they work so hard to make everybody else feel good and take care of everybody else that they lose track of who they are. Anyway, so what's your question, my angel?
About my love life.
Oh, God, me too. Do you go to any kind of class or, do you go to like a folk dancing class or some sort of thing where you're out and about with people? I'm not sure going down to the pub really counts. But do you do anything like that right now?
No.
Okay, I would start doing that. Any kind of class you take. Are you a good gardener? Or do you enjoy it?
Gardening.
If you want to take a garden, that's your job? I rock. Okay. Is this about somebody you have your eye on? Or just you want to know if you're going to meet somebody?
Well, I have had someone in my life, but I'm not sure if he's coming back or not.
Yeah, I know that feeling. I think he is. I don't think he is until January or maybe late December. Did he kind of get a crush on somebody? Or did he just choose?
Him, I don't know.
Can I ask you kind of a personal question? Does he have a drinking problem?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not 100%. Yeah. He's never drunk one with me.
Can we just? I'm just gonna tell you. He's an alcoholic, and it's progressive disease. Doesn't get better. It's a physical disease that affects the emotions. So when he's sober, he's a really, really nice guy. When he's had a few, he is kind of abusive and puts you down. I'm not physically abusive. You wouldn't stand for that. But he's just kind of mean. And I think what's happened is not that he's left you for somebody else. I think he's left you because he wants to be sort of left alone to drink, if that makes sense. I also think that he's just realized either today or he might do it tomorrow that was the worst damn mistake of his life, was breaking up with you. Nobody has ever taken care of him, loved him, seen him, or been kinder to him than you, and you have great physical connection. And look at those eyes. You're so pretty. And that little nose. You had a cute little nose. This is me seeing you psychically, but I'm absolutely sure. You know I'm right? So I think you'll probably get very lonely around the holidays. But it's not so much about him being lonely as it is about him realizing that, damn, there's nobody better than you. Did you guys have really good laughs together?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes. Well, I'm going through a similar thing. I'm not sure I'm going to take him back, but I've noticed that when I'm not kind of like, I hope things work out. When I'm like, hey, good to see you. Well, I can't remember your name, but it's nice to see you. And, I'd love to talk, but I'm taking a scuba diving class. The best way to, quote, get somebody back is to get yourself back. And that's what I'm looking at with you. That's why I'm saying, I want you to have you have a lot of talents. I want you to do something that you just enjoy. And you're so much fun to be around. Girl, I'm calling you next time I'm in Canterbury listen to that laugh. That is the laugh of a woman who is fun to be around. I would totally be mates with you. Next time I'm in England, I'm taking you for a beer. Because also you'll do, at first, I was going to say you'll do anything. But then at first you'd be like, oh, I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that. Oh, okay. I mean, if it's like Skittles or swimming or bowling or whatever. And then your mates will be, look at her. She's on fire. So, 4 words, get out of the house. 5 words. I'm a Pisces. We don't count. Well, we do count. But so also there's somebody lurking in the distance who has kind of a crush on you, baby. And yeah. Where's your local?
Sorry?
Is there someplace? Do you have a local, or you tell I lived in England for a long time? Do you have a local, or is there someplace, some restaurant or some pub you go to occasionally? There's somebody at one of those places who. What?
No, I don't go out. I don't go out.
Okay. What are we going to do after we hang up the phone today? We're going to go out. Okay, we're not going to go out because it's like 2 a.m. there, but I'm going to make you write me at Perry Line. I'm not kidding either. And tell me that you went out. The best thing I did after my breakup, which was my idea 2 weeks ago, was I was feeling really sorry for myself. Not that you do that, and I was like, oh, woe is me, And I'm like, oh, I'm going to put an end to it all. And then some inner voice in me said, no, you're not. You're going to go hit a piano bar. So I'm in Maryland right now. And when that voice that said, I can't go out, I'm too sad, I'm not thin enough, I'm not 23, nobody will like me. The other voice said, oh, shut up. And so I went out, I called a girlfriend and said, just come keep me company because God knows you can't sing. And but I paid for dinner. I just went and sat in and sang a couple songs. It's good to go outside. So I want you to either go out with your girlfriends and do something productive. I want you to take a class because I think you're going to meet somebody else. And when this guy comes around, as he will, January 15th at the latest, you're going to be like, yeah, I'll see you again. But I don't think exclusively because I'm having a good time. So the best way to get somebody back is to get yourself back. And Jane is my favorite name in the world. So how do you feel about that? Do you feel good?
Yeah. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. I think you've actually outgrown him. Really, I do. I think you've outgrown him. And, we miss them because they're fun to have. They have certain uses. Oh, you people have such dirty minds. I meant putting up shelves, people. But I think there's somebody coming along in 2020 who's really fun for you. And I think more your type. All right, my love. Thank you. Keep in touch. And if I don't
thank you very much.
Sure, and if I don't psychically sense that you're like taking a folk dance class or learning to scuba dive, I'm going to come to your house and knock on your door, okay? I love England. Any excuse to go there. All right?
Thank you.
All right, Jane. Huge hug. Talk to you soon. Come back. Have some kittens. Excuse me. We're here Wednesdays, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But what we also are is always here for you. So come back. I have a 97% accuracy rate. And about you guys, about me, not so much. And just have a wonderful week.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Divine Guidance with Angel Tuzignan. Live from CrystalClear101.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Divine Guide on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Angel's Divine Guidance. Okay, so for all of you guys that have been trying to get a hold of me, you can reach me at Cosmic Earth Angel at outlook.com, or you can go to my website, crystalclear101.com, or you can just follow me on Facebook, Crystal Clear Holistic Healing and Products, and you can message me there. You can post. We can have all that fun stuff. Okay, so we're kind of into the winter blistery storms here in Saskatchewan. So if I do get connected, please be patient. Dave will get us connected as fast as he can. So I appreciate everyone who's watching today. So I had did up kind of some channeling for January 1st, but I came down with the flu, so I'm sorry that I had to cancel, but I will do it today. So what my guides came up with were, according to numerology, this coming year, when you take 2020 and you bring it down to single digit, it brings us to the number 4. The number 4 offers everyone a renewed patience. So it's going to be a more powerful year that's going to kick some of us in our backsides. Some of us, it's just going to catapult us right through the ceiling. We will be hypersensitive, but it's going to bring along the patience for us, okay? The energy is something we rarely find without the help of the power number 4, okay? Hard work and focus are associated with the number, and these are the aspects that will be highlighting in the coming year, okay? The energy of the number 4 blesses us all with realism, all right? And the ability to notice the apparently irrelevant relationships. So knowing that we're going to be given realism, we're going to be sitting a lot in ourselves, okay? And we're going to know the difference in relationships that aren't so good for us, because a lot of us tend to get stuck in the rut, and we kind of get stuck with the energies we don't like because we're afraid to hurt somebody's feelings. This is going to be a year that's going to bring this all to focus for all of us. All right? We're going to be working with teams and getting things done efficiently. So know that there's going to be lots of partnering in 2020. Know that when you're trying to manifest something, everybody and everything that's needing is just going to flow through and in and fall into place. Okay, so they're starting to download me some more, so sorry. Okay, so knowing that, we can plan our year, we can keep that in our journals, we can keep our personal numbers, we can work with our year numbers. If you're into numerology, you'll understand what that's about. If you're not, I highly recommend to start researching numerology. It is just enormous on how accurate and bang on it can be in one's life if you do it from the day you were born up to the current time. You will see the peaks and valleys that it fell through, where your life just fell in with the numerology and what it's saying and how it's showing up. Okay? New opportunities may not be as exciting and as adventurous as we'd all would like it to be this year, but they'll still sit us up and show us a better alignment and get us ready for the catapult that's to come. Our higher selves always know when a cycle is ending in our journey, and when a door will close, and when a window will open, and opportunity will knock for a lot of us. With the number 4, working extra hard to increase our focus. So that's just going to have us knowing and understanding our dreams and our realities, and it's going to help us focus in on what it is we need to do to create what we wish in our life. Okay? So I want to wish everybody a happy new year. And the card that I pulled for everyone that is watching is the Trust in Heaven card. Okay? Know that our angels and our guides are always standing beside us. They're always going to help us work through what we need to work through. And we just got to have a little faith. So with that being said, I'm going to go to my first caller, who is Kayla. Hi.
Hi.
How are you today?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. And as I was drawing cards and shuffling before the show started, you were my first caller, and you got 2 cards, girl. So you got the caring and compassion and the call to action. So when I see these 2 cards coming up, it tells me that you're a person who's very caring and compassionate. You put yourself last and everybody else in front of you. Does that make sense?
That's very true.
Okay, so with the call to action card, it's telling me that you need to start making things happen for you, okay? You lead by example and you walk your talk. So you need to start maybe going a little further in it and start putting your foot down to those who are abusing your beautiful, wonderful heart. Does that make sense?
Yes, that does make sense.
Yeah, I'm getting the feeling that you have a couple of people in your life who truly, truly are abusing your kindness. And you need to start saying no. You have to stop enabling them. Does that make sense?
Yep. I have a couple of friends that I actually have been starting to put my foot down and saying no.
Yeah.
That were using me.
You've been there for them. Like, you've dropped everything. You've run for them. You've given them shoulders to cry on. And when you hit this last rough spot here in your life, they were nowhere to be there for you. Perfect strangers were there more for you than they were. And that is something you need to pay attention, which goes into what I was saying about the 2020 and the number 4 and the energy shifting and realizing what we should keep in our life and what we should let go. And that includes people as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So don't feel guilty with having to put your foot down for them, because they're not there for you, my girl.
No, I finally realized that.
Okay. So what were you looking for from me tonight?
Just like a general reading. I have a lot going on.
Oh,
A
yeah,
lot of,
you do.
like, negativity in my life right now. Just, I guess, just like whatever you can pick up.
You also have a lot of squirreliness going on. Because it's sort of like, I'm into your energy, and it's like shiny thing, shiny thing, shiny thing, shiny thing, and I just want to be going everywhere. So I need you to start practicing meditation and grounding yourself, okay? Now, know that, you've been having a lot of bumps, but those are going to start to level out here in the next 3 months. Yep, in the next 3 months. My hair just started all standing up on my arm. So
mine too.
We're connected.
That's weird.
Know that it's all going to start leveling out for you. The money's going to start coming in. And when you work with your team, just let them know that your karmic debt is paid. Okay? And I want you to start listening to Abraham Hicks by Esther Hicks, or Abraham by Esther Hicks. Okay? This will help you in getting over that little hurdle that you have. You're a very positive person. You're the half full type cup of person. You always see the good side, but this last little hiccup, you've been kind of seeing the downside. But by listening to Esther and Abraham, that's going to help you get back onto the right side of thinking positive, if that makes sense to you.
Okay, yeah, it does. I have I'm at like my I'm like kind of in the process of my kids. I have like CPS and everything, trying to get my kids back, and that's one thing that's bugging me. I mean, I have them, but they want to take them away from me because they're saying I'm neglectful and stuff, and I'm not. It's just a lot of people starting bull crap with me, and that's my major thing.
Well, you know what? What other people think about us is none of our business. So just make sure that you're present for your kids and you're doing what's in their best interest. And that's
I fight every day to keep them.
Yeah, you do, and you're doing an awesome job at it. Okay? It's just people who are jealous. Okay?
Yep.
And when it comes down to PTSD, that's a difficult one to work through because
it definitely is.
It's a wound nobody can see and nobody can understand unless they've actually gone through it or going through it. But there's so much support out there. Just do not give up. Okay? Your kids.
No, I'm definitely not going to give up.
Just fight. And I mean, fight with all you've got. And you're going to come on top. And you're going to come stronger than ever. Okay? So I really want you to look up Esther Hicks and listen to Abraham. That's going to help you a lot in understanding yourself. Okay? Like, I know that they've told you that it's PTSD, but a lot of times these labels is because of our gifts. And girl, you're very gifted.
Yeah, I'm an empath. Like I can feel other people's energy and stuff, and
yes, and that's going to come out showing itself as a PTSD. So you may want to start researching and considering maybe developing that end of you, that part of you, so that you can get rid of a lot of your anxieties that you're going through. Now, your children are also very talented, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So just know that they feel just like you do, and they experience the stuff like you do, especially your youngest. That's why your youngest is acting out right now.
Yeah, she has a lot going on too with her dad and stuff.
And absorbing everybody's energies and anxieties. But stay true to yourself. And as long as you are putting your children first, and it's in their best and highest good, and it's not morally or life-threatening, girl, you got this.
Yeah, we're going to be moving down where my mom is, so that
good move.
Soon, because I don't have a lot of support where I'm at, because my mom moved and I've always had her, so we're going to be moving here soon.
That's the best.
Making a change.
Okay. So you can always message me, because there is a lot more, but I just don't want to say it on air, because it's just not something.
Yeah, I kind of felt like there was a lot more.
Yeah. It's just not something I feel comfortable hashing out on live air. Okay?
I understand.
All right. You have a great evening.
You too. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right. Now let's go to my second caller, which is Miranda.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. I see you're from Brantford, Ontario.
I am.
Yeah. Love the country. So your card,
thank you.
Okay, is the Expecting Miracles. Okay. So you've had a bit of a bumpy road where you've sort of given up on your fairy tale. Does that make sense?
Possibly.
Yeah, they just kind of, I was going with something else and they go, no, just tell her it's like she's giving up on her fairy tale. So is there something that you've always wanted to do that you've just kind of put to the back burner and came to the acceptance that it may not happen?
I don't think so, no. I'm pretty content with everything with regards to, like, relationship-wise.
Okay, so just keep that on the back burner, because it might come like a ton of bricks and in the back of the skull later on, or at 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so what can I do for you today? What would you like?
Basically, I lost my mom, and I just wanted to see if there was some sort of connection or validation.
Okay, did she have trouble breathing towards the end? Because I've kind of been having all day long where I feel like my chest is very congested with mucus, or it's closed right up. Does that make sense?
Exactly. Yes.
Was she a very prim and proper lady who dressed, I say to the nines, but she never let anybody see her without her lipstick and her makeup on, kind of thing?
No, she was not very prim and proper.
Okay. So I have, so maybe this, who do you know that's on the other side that had the breathing problem and dressed prim and proper? Maybe I'm getting this.
That could have been my great-grandmother.
Is this your mom's grandmother?
Yes.
Okay. She's a very chatty lady, whoever this lady is. Like, she loves to talk. She's giving me a lot of information. Okay. Did you have a flat tire lately, or a low tire on your vehicle?
Not that I've noticed.
Okay, maybe check your rear passenger's tire, because she's bringing me to that side of the vehicle. You have a light colored vehicle?
I do, yeah.
Okay, so just pay attention to that tire because she's bringing me around the car and she's just like, she's talking a mile a minute here. Did she have an accident?
No.
She's okay. Maybe it's just me that's missing because she's talking so fast. Okay, so pay attention to that as well as have you checked your oil lately or changed your oil lately? Because there is also a male figure with her that has the hood open and he's pulling the dipstick out. Okay?
Oh, okay. So, I did actually recently, yes.
Okay. I'm just asking them for information that only you will know. What does the color red mean? Wait, okay, here, go down. Does that mean anything to you?
The color red?
The color red. They're showing me the color red.
No.
Okay. We'll park that because that could be something that's coming in the future or somebody's going to talk about it. Okay.
Okay.
Who had the heart troubles? I'm trying to bring
That's also my mom.
That is also your mom. Okay, maybe I do have her because she's going. Okay. All right. Okay. She's making me feel like was there lots of people in the church at her
we actually did a celebration of life, but we were well over capacity, well over.
Hey, yeah, because she's making me feel like she's got to go like this because she was there, okay? Now, did you have, at the front, she's making me feel like there was lots of flower arrangements at the front?
We did minimal flowers, but there was some, yes.
Okay. She's made me feel like there was a lot of flowers. So if she was a person that was minimal, that could be that you would know her better than I do. She's probably trying to say there was too many flowers. Does that make sense?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Was there red there? Because she's bringing that color red back. Were there red roses or were there...
No, the only thing that I can think of is 3 weeks prior to my mom passing, we also lost my husband's stepmother, and she wore red to work every Friday.
Okay. All right. They're together. Okay?
Okay.
So, so she's bringing a message in for your husband as well. And that's who your mom was. She took care of everybody in the family. She was kind of the glue. Okay? So,
yeah.
Were you with her when she passed?
My mother?
Yes.
No.
No, that's why I said, no, you weren't. All of a sudden my hair went, Choop! She's going, no, she wasn't. Okay, who was with her? Because she's making me feel, now there goes the hair again, up. She's making me feel like there was somebody with her when she passed.
No, she passed by herself.
Okay, so she didn't pass by herself. Okay? Know that somebody was with her, even though it wasn't in the physical form like us.
Okay.
Is her... Your dad is still here. Okay. This is either going to be her dad or her dad's dad who met her when she went to the other side. Okay, when she crossed over. Because it's like a father, grandfather-y figure that she's making me feel. Maybe it'll make sense. He would have been around 5'9", 5'10", and skinny. Because she's making me feel like I got to feed him food. He needs to put some weight on. Does that make sense?
That could have been her grandfather on my grandma's side, possibly.
Okay. So know that she wasn't alone when she passed. They were there for her. It was her time to go. She didn't want none of you guys with her. Okay? She didn't want no one to see her pass. This is how she wanted to go. She wants you guys to remember the happy times. She wants you guys to remember the celebration that you guys had at holidays. The celebrations that... Okay, what's with the birthday?
Oh, my birthday was yesterday.
Okay, because she's wanting me to say happy birthday, so I'm going to say happy birthday. Because she kept going, say happy birthday, say happy birthday. And I'm like, okay, what's with the birthday? Is this her birthday? Okay, so no, she was with you. You felt her, girl. You felt her, didn't you?
See, and that's what No, that's the thing. I have never felt my mom around.
Oh, you felt her. It's just not in the way you're imagining it. Okay? You thought about her, you felt her. Okay?
Right.
Just the fact that you thought about her during your birthday, know that she was there and you were feeling her. Okay? So I got about less than 30 seconds left. So if you have any other questions, just get a hold of me, message me, and I'll do my best to answer. All right?
Okay, that's great. And do you have a Facebook page yourself?
My work page? Yes, it's Crystal Clear 101 Holistic Healing and Products. If you go
great. I'll look that right up.
Yeah. If you go to the webpage, which is posted, the crystalclear101.com, you will have links to find me through there as well.
Okay, perfect.
Okay? So you have a wonderful winter day your way.
Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. All right. So, like I was saying, you can reach me at crystalclear101.com. You can get a hold of me at crystalclear101 Holistic Healings and Products. Or you can just text me, 306-261-4086. Look.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Persian Medium I Am Power with Fia Johan. Fia Johan. Live from PersianMedium.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Persian Medium I Am Power on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello everyone, this is Fiona, Persian Medium I Am Power, and you are guys listening to A1R Radio Network and Avid Advice Show. So before I take any callers, let's talk about a couple things. Number one, I received a tons of emails, and also you guys DM me on my Instagram that I do date some guy for almost 6 months. I do date somebody for almost 1 year. And every time when I'm trying to communicate with him about our future, every time when I'm trying to ask him about where are we, do we have any future together, then he's going to act as, what are you talking about? You know, let's just talk later. You know, I'm kind of tired. And you know what? It's too early. You know, I have to financially be independent. I do have a plan financially. I can't give you the ring right now, and this and that. So your questions was about, was almost 450 questions, exactly the same. That do you really think, Fiona, this guy is serious or not? Number one, if you and him together, and somehow, almost after 6 months, not even one single time, when you're trying to talk about future, he's not reacting to it, or he's still kind of like, well, let's talk later, that is super fishy. That means that this guy just wants to have fun with you and is still looking for another girl to just have fun, or having maybe better brunette dresser somewhere else. And it also could be that this person really loves you and really wants to be with you, but at the same time, he may have some finance trouble and finance issues, which he really wants to get rid of it. Well, you have to judge by yourself. Number one, if he always answering your phone and texts you, even when he's busy, that means he's real. When he's around you and really want to help you, when you ask him for something and he's there and he kind of like calling you a couple times because you got cold, you had some bad day at your work, and then like you're texting him, he says, oh my God, my boss was this and that, and he kind of like texting you 3-4 times, even when he had a lot to do at his own work, that means that he's real. But if he just calling you when he wants, when he asks for, when he need you, or when he would love to have or take you to the dinner, for a movie, or how to, take you in bed or whatever, having sex with you, that means that this guy is definitely a user, would love to spend time with you because he feels lonely, and directly when he finds someone better, he will dump you like a hot potato and say, bye-bye, move on. You do not good for each other, and thank you so much. So this is the big warning for each of you. After 6 months, if the guy still says, I don't know what I want, and maybe I'm not ready for a relationship, means that this guy never been ready for a relationship and wants to just have fun. So don't dream and don't try to be in some sort of fake connection with your own soul and lie to yourself that everything is going to be all right. So basically, if this guy never spent time with you when you wanted him to do, and he never ever called you back when he saw the missed call from you, that means that this guy doesn't care about you as a person. He would love to be with you just because he wants to take you for the dinner, have somebody to sitting in front of him and eat dinner together with as well, go to a movie and not going alone, and at the same time, having fun in bed. So why not? We can actually meet each other 1 time or 2 times a week and have fun with each other. So this is super important for you guys to not fall into people who, or especially guys, that are trying to just use, abuse, and then dump you and then say goodbye. So get out from the relationship right now if you have any sort that he's ignoring, he never cares about, and he always asks you for something. And if you are not giving something that he wants, then he will stop calling, communicating, texting, just because you are not listening to him, what he wants. So basically, life and relationship is all about give and receive. If you are giving and you are not receiving, then goodbye that relationship. And if you feel that, oh my God, I can't do it, Fiona, I'm so in love with him, stop it right away. You know why? There is no such thing as a love that you can get out. It's a neediness. You are super needy, and you have to find why you are needy at going after people, or especially staying in an abusive relationship that you know that this guy would never take you anywhere. So my advice to all of you, get up, don't be needy, and just stop saying, I am in love. You are not in love. You're just needy. You're scared to be alone. You're scared to not finding any other guy or new guy. That's why you can't handle if this guy is going to go away. That's why you said yes to all things that he said. That's why he will absolutely use and abuse you in many situations to get what he wants. So remember that if someone loves you, will do everything to make you happy. If someone really loves you, will absolutely go to the moon and come back and give you anything and everything you desire for. If someone really loves you, will always make a time. If your boyfriend says, I don't have time, I can't do it this week, I don't have time, I have my mom to do, I have my dad to do, that's a red flag, big, 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 big red flags. So that means it's not good. So back to studio, I want to talk about also Consciousness Life Expo 2019 in LA. I'm representing Avid Advice. I heard that there's a lot of people coming. It's all about energy, metaphysical, quantum, spiritualities, mediumship, psychic. Oh my God, God knows. A to Z. So that's why for those who really want to come around with those, object and subject in their life, like when it comes to spiritualities, stones, crystals, healings, Reiki, any type of things that is had to do with the unknown energies, then come to Consciousness Life Expo 2019. And we are there. Avid Advice is there. And I'm representing actually A1R radio network as well. So we're definitely going to have a show. I will show you guys exactly what's going on. I heard that every 1 hour and every 2 hours is almost 5 to 10,000 people coming and visiting, which is really fantastic. So if you're interested, then you are very welcome to come. And for more information about it, go to avidadvice.com or ParisianMedium.com or DM me on my Instagram. So sorry, sometimes when you guys DM me on my Instagram, I may not answering you right away just because I have a lot of people who DM me, but I have to say I would love to. I am going to answer you guys when I have time. So back to studio. Let's see that if you have any callers. That sounds like still not. And let's just continue and talk about dating. Okay, let's see. I have a caller right now. 1 second. Hello, Bridget. How are you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I am doing fantastic to hear your beautiful voice and hear exactly what's going on. So, Bridget, give me your date of birth first, sweetheart, and then tell me about what you have in mind and what I can do for you. Go ahead, sweetie.
Yes, ma'am. My date of birth is December the 7th, 1963.
Mm-hmm. I got it.
And my question is, I am right now in the season looking for money. And other than my job, because I'm bare, things are bare. I'm barely above the water breathing. And I'm looking for some money because I'm doing some things. And I'm wondering, is it going to be a positive outlook or do I have to fight harder?
As far as I'm concerned, because directly when I open your Pentagon, 2 things come actually to my mind. Before even you telling me that you are really looking for money, 2 things come to my mind directly psychically. Number 1, some good news coming around almost by the end of this month or the beginning of March. So basically, in between the 27th of February until the March 13 or March 17, you are going to receive a good news that will change your finance from A to Z. So basically, what you are doing right now, you are in a good path. You are in a good way, with good directions. Continue, and the good news would actually occur almost at the end of this month. So basically, answer to your question is yes.
Thank you, Jesus. Oof. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That made my day. It made my day.
And it's amazing. I love the way that you take a risk, because normally you always be careful, and that's why you're getting tired to be careful. Because when you're always being careful, you kind of feel like, oh, I lost there and I lost this. Now it sounds like you're just like, you know what? I would love to. I am going to. Nothing will stop me. That's it. Get it done. And that's what I love about that type of attitude. And I wanted you to continue to have that attitude all the time and not just temporary.
I appreciate that, because that's what I'm fighting for.
No fears, sweetheart. If something happened before in the past, who cares? A lot of things can happen in the past, and we know already about it as well. But what I really feel good, and I sense you, and I really hear you right now, you went through a lot of pain. You went through a lot of craziness, and you also feel betrayed. You also feel left over. You also feel lonely. But remember, that is all temporary right now. So what you are doing right now, sweetheart, is super fantastic. I don't know what to say, but I'm super proud of you. I do. And I think that you are in a good path. You are in a good relationship with yourself, your own feelings, that I wanted you to continue to be fantastic as you are today. And don't give up.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I love you.
Thank you.
It wasn't meant to make you to full cry, but sometimes crying is good, because it makes us to release and get rid of all emotional feelings and feeling good about ourselves. So I'm happy that there's coming out, and I'm happy that you found yourself right now, about your own dignities, connections, and everything. I'm super blessed and super happy to have you today on my radio show, because I kind of feel that you really pray to God, and you trying to attract good things to yourself, because you're getting tired to be around people who lie to you all the time, who betrayed you, and they use you all the time. And now is your time to really lay back and relax and get what you want. So I'm super happy that you come to my radio show today. And for further information, Bridget, you can actually sign up on Avid Advice if you ever want to talk to me, or if you have anything in your mind to share. So you can go to Avid Advice, sign up, and I'm there for you if you have any questions, anything that you would love. So I'm going to be there for you. So what else? If I'm going to ask you, Bridget, something that kind of, let's say that I'm God. I'm calming down right now. I'm not, but let's say that we pretended. If I'm going to ask you that I'm here to try to give you the best ever answer to one of your burning questions, what will be that question? What do you want to know?
Is my husband faithful to me? Because I don't feel he's faithful.
You don't feel that he's faithful, correct? You don't feel that he's cheating. You feel that he may cheating, or he may have some fishy things behind, correct?
Yeah, because of the way he treats me.
Well, let me give you the good news, Bridget. He is not cheating on you, but he's super depressed. And he's the guy that never talk about his emotional feelings. He's the guy that always trying to hide his pain and even his happiness inside. And that's why you feel that when he's not happy, he withdraw himself so badly. And that's why you feel that you are not even count as a woman or wife anymore, which is not true. He's not cheating, because I can't see any kind of touchy sexual connection or somehow picking up something that actually on the phone and trying to kind of like taking care of her, go there, pick up her, doing something with her, or kind of like having some secret lover. None of those vibes, thank God, is coming to me. The only vibes that I'm getting from him, he's lost, he's depressed, and he lost his dignity. I don't know why he lost his dignity. It may be because something had happened to his job, maybe to his body, maybe something that he actually not feeling the same way as he was before. So that's why he has nothing to offer. The reason that you're not feeling good, it's not because he's cheating. It's because he's lost, he's depressed, and he doesn't know how to get out from the situation. And he's not even talking or communicating with you and asking you questions like, honey, are you all right? Should we just talk to each other about things? And I think the miscommunication between you guys and not opening up towards each other that make all those misunderstandings come behind and behind. But he's not a cheater. He's just, sorry about my language, but he's just stupid to not opening up and telling you the truth about his own feelings. But he's not a cheater for sure.
Wow. You hit him on the nose still. He doesn't really talk at all.
Also, yeah. No, but he's quiet. I mean, some men talking and communicating all the time when they do not feel good. Some men, they kind of get completely quiet, not communicating, shut the door completely, and just like, be and acting like nobody, like a zombie. So it depends that what type is he? And the type that I can see on your husband is about someone that always wants to withdraw himself when he's not feeling happy. When he's not feeling healthy, when he's not feeling satisfied with himself, he always backing off, get quiet, holding himself in, and trying to shut the door and not allowing anybody get close to him or knowing what's going on.
Wow. Yes, that's true.
So he's not a cheater.
Wow. I think you almost described him to a T.
Fantastic. I'm super blessed. I'm super blessed. I'm super happy that we could actually, disclose these things to you because I know it's very hard as a married woman. It's very hard to feel that your husband is not faithful or not there for you. And then every time when you want to reach out, he's trying to reject you in some point. But would I feel his rejection towards you, it's not about to hate you or you're not attractive enough or you're not for me or this and that. It's about his own insecurities and limitation. It's about not having enough confidence. It's about the dignity being gone. It's about that he's acting like a zombie right now and he's not acting like a human anymore. So that's why you are not knowing the new him right now. It became worse because he just stopped talking to everyone and then now he became more lonely. What I want to suggest to you, babe, number one, remove and shake it and brush it off from your subconscious, from your mind, from your heart that this man is a cheater, which he's not. Number two, I wanted you to slowly, but very shortly, getting closer to him. Don't just jump in tomorrow or today and just like next week and, oh, my love, I feel that you're depressed. You need me. Don't do like that. Just like very slowly and shortly. Try to understand what he has as a problem. Talk to him. Communication is a key to understand why he's quiet. The first week, he may not going to open up to you at all. He's just going to act like, type of is not your business, I'm fine, don't bother. And the second week could be also the same way that you feel also rejected. But if you really want to save your marriage and save your relationship, continue to the third week. And through the third week, I promise you, he will open up and he will talk to you about his own issues and his own problem. I know, Bridget, your guy is going to really walk and continue to have a relationship which is going to be based on health, wealth, and prosperity. I know that you both been through a lot of pain and not so many months ago, and that's why everything is kind of fresh, and especially for you, because I know that you are very responsible and being very responsible, stay very responsible, and that's why all I wanted you to do is to stop it. I mean, say no. You have to kind of like teach as well to say no to people, and you should not always, sacrifice yourself just because of others, okay? So make sure that you came first as well. Make sure that you do love yourself first before anybody else.
Thank you. Thank you. Very sound wisdom. I truly am grateful and blessed for the information you gave me.
No, really, my love. I'm happy. I think that everything happened for some reason. Actually, you come to our radio show, and I'm so grateful and thankful for A1R, because if A1R wasn't exist, you guys couldn't really find me, and I couldn't find you guys to having this beautiful, magical conversation that you could at least understand that all the feeling you thought that you may actually had about your husband was not correct and he's not a cheater. And then also understand about like things that you are really, really put your energies and everything on will go exactly the way as you wish and desire for. And at the same time, you have everything under control. So I'm so blessed and I'm so happy. Thank you so much, A1R, to be you, to bring those beautiful angels to me and letting me to share my gift with them. I am so thankful. I'm so grateful for A1R. I've been with A1R, honey, for so many years. I would say that I would never, ever leave them because they're like my family. That's why, because they're working with their heart. And I'm super blessed and super happy that today you come to our channel, and I'm super blessed to tell you that everything for you in your life from now on will exactly be as you wish and desire for. I think all the pain is almost gone. All the dark situation that you've been and went through maybe about a couple months ago is almost gone. So now the light, the shine, the sun, the energies, the power, the light, and the love is absolutely on your way. So cheers to that, sweetie, and don't concern.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank them as well, because I'm the real thing. This is not made up, and everything that you told and shared with me was the 100% truth. I thank them for connecting, because this weighed so heavy on me. I really appreciate them in the radio show. This is my first time ever. And most of the time, I don't believe psychics. I don't believe people with these gifts because they only always ask, give me money, give me money, give me more money. No, you need to do this with money. And you just poured out. Bad. You poured out the truth.
I'm happy. I'm happy that you brought up. Before we cut off, I want to tell you, Bridget, please don't listen to people who actually come after you and says, if you are not paying me money, then the curse is going to come after. The negative energy is after. And you're not there. Please don't listen to those things. It's not real. None of things that has a black magic, doing kind of the black magic and stuff, if they are not real, it's not real. Negative energies is real. But if you're thinking about it, if you think negatively, the negative energies will come to you. It has nothing to do with black magic. It has nothing to do with all the BS that they're trying to tell people to go after their money and their account. Please don't even pay them. And please don't even listen to them. When I'm actually working with officers, when I'm working with lawyers, insurance companies, when I'm working with individual, actually private investigators to finding missing people, I can really tap into my gift. And I'm so grateful for that thank God that you gave me the gift that I can really sense people and feel and helping people and family to get some foreclosure for their problem. So, yeah, but I wanted you to also be aware, Bridget. People who are out there, I mean, I do respect for each of spiritual people. It's not, don't get me wrong, that they are bad people. No, but there is people who actually looking for money. They do not have any spirituality. They do not have any abilities. If people sending you tons of free minutes and ask you to call me back, or you know what, come here, I see something, and come after you and drag you for money, that means that they are not real. They're just looking for your account. They're just looking for your money. But if you want to talk to that person by yourself, your energy is telling you that this person is the right things. The reason that me and you talking today on the radio show on A1R, and this is your first time, is just because I have to relieve and release you from something that holds you inside and making you to feel nuts. And that's why I have to really tell you something that is completely true because I don't want you to be in a shadow. I don't want you to be in a negative and dark energies. Why? Because you are a wise woman. You are a fantastic woman. You have a golden heart. You did everything what goes from your power whole your life to helping others. And you've always been there for people. But what I feel good about that happened today, at least you found that your husband is not a cheater. Because I know it's hard when you can't really figure out. And when you're calling maybe a couple psychics and they kind of telling you that, oh, yeah, I see that. Yeah, he does. Oh, I see some blondie. Oh, I see some brunette. Oh, I see that someone is tall. I see that someone is short. Oh, there's a chubby. There's a shorter. And you know what? And that make you to feel completely nuts and feel like, okay, I have to maybe call and see the psychic again. I have to talk to him like if this woman is still actually in his life. And then they come with all the stories about. All I have to say to even my other psychics and my people, my colleagues, please telling the truth to people. Telling the truth to people. Don't try to lie and trying to hold them into lie to make them to pay you more. Because, you know, I always say this way, Bridget, quality bring quantity. And marketing has to be always the word of mouth. Word of mouth. A psychic, a real medium, doesn't need any marketing. Doesn't need to scream about herself or himself. It's enough that be correct. It's enough that always be faithful and grateful and helping actually customers the way that they can with their own gift. So quality bring quantity, and also when the gift is real, the word of mouth would bring 1 million of people to your life.
Yes. Thank you. Oh, I'm loving this. Guys, this is real. She is real. They put me with real. This is real, it's not phony. It's real.
I love you so much, Bridget. I love you so much. Thank you, baby. I love you. And it would be a very like the honor that you sign up on Avid Advice. If you ever wanted me, just send me an email through Avid or send me an email through my Instagram. If you have Instagram, my Instagram is Persian Medium. And also you can go to and email me persianmedium@gmail.com. If anytime you need me, Bridget, I love your energies. I love your personalities. And I love how light and true and how awesome you are as a person.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. And now Australia's Psychic Cowgirl with Tanya Reid. Live from AustraliaPsychicCowgirl.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Australia's Psychic Cowgirl on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
G'day, Tanya Reid, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl, coming at you from home in at Sunday Creek this week. And yeah, New Year 2020. So for us here, we're a day ahead, but we're definitely stepping into the 2020 year, which is really exciting. And I know a lot of people are feeling really excited. I feel really relaxed and ready to, step on into some changes and shifts this year, which will be, I think, welcomed by many. So, interesting, lead up to the end of last year. And I know for a lot of people it was, a lot of challenges, a lot of opportunities to make changes with things. And a lot of, I think, for most of us, we can look back on last year and realise what changes we wanted to bring into this year. And I know for many, just contacting you through readings and just talking to friends and others in general, that we've had that realization of what we need to change, and now it's just a case of stepping in to bring about the change. So it's a little bit like, because, as humans, we don't really want to change. We tend to just go, it's easy to do what we know. It's easy to stay the same, have the same habits. But if we want to change the results and we want to shift something within our life, then we really do need to make the changes. So that's my big message for this show, being the first show of the year, is, are you ready to make the changes? And if you are, what are you going to change? So for many of us, it can be just tiny baby steps. It might be just a case of adjusting up a few habits that you want to change or let go of, anything like that. And then for others, it can be really massive leaps forward into totally different, different reality almost. So we're kind of honoured with the energy around for this year to be able to do that. So I suppose another thing I just wanted to tap on before I get into readings today is just to connect with when you're feeling fear. Because one of the biggest things that stops us changing and embracing doing something different is quite often fear. This can be fear that makes sense to us, or it can just be fear that doesn't make sense. It's just a feeling or connection that we have. So a way to work with this, so say you're feeling the fear, quite often when we're making big changes and mammoth steps, we need to work through fear. So what I find for me is connecting with that feeling and acknowledging it. It's no good saying, "Oh, I'm scared, but hey, I'm going to throw it in the back here and not bring it forward, or not, acknowledge that that's what I'm feeling at this point in time." So first thing is we need to acknowledge it and go, it's okay to feel fear. That's a normal experience. It's a human, fight or flight response is to throw some fear in there to up the ante. And it also helps us be better at our game. So if you're finding that the challenge is, okay, I'm feeling the fear, I'm acknowledging that there is fear around this move or change, then I'm going to have a think about that. But in amongst that, I'm going to go, is this fear a logical fear that where my body's saying, no, I don't think this is for you? Or is it the ego pulling me back and saying, have a think about this. Let's just sit in no momentum rather than some momentum. So in 2 months' time, we'll still be sitting in the same place that we were 2 months prior. So taking a moment to connect in with that. If you can get a moment where you can do this quietly, and practicing it is great, and it's something that if you practice a few times, you'll then be able to do it in a matter of minutes, and it won't take a lot of time. But we want to connect them with that fear. We want to sit with that feeling. And in amongst that, we're going to ask our guides, our inner guidance, we've got all this support around, so let's not waste it. We're going to connect in with that and ask, is this fear real, or is this just a false sense of something that's holding me back? Just simply ask that question. Sit there, connecting with the answer. We all innately know the best answer for ourselves. You don't need somebody to tell you that. And, I'll often say that even though I do readings and offer guidance, and it is great to connect with somebody that doesn't know your circumstances, that can give you a really unbiased, version of what they see or opinion or whatever it may be. For me, it's channeling information. But you don't ever lose sight of, and I always say this to my clients, you have the answers within. So you don't really need somebody to tell you the answers. You quite possibly, throughout life, there's times where you want somebody to confirm what you're really feeling, and that basically is what it's about. We're just confirming what's already in here. It's in your heart, it's in your gut. You have the answers, but we also want to be able to connect in with that at any time, so that no matter what you're going through, because we all go through stuff, and it's, for many of us, it's so many different things that we go through in this human life that we know we're always going to have the ups, but we're also going to have the downs. So let's try and be prepared as we can, so that when we do get to the stumbling blocks or the hiccups or the setbacks, we can then go, okay, I'm going to sit back, got some fear around this. Am I holding myself back unnecessarily, or am I genuinely feeling fear because it doesn't feel right for me? So don't forget that, because to me it is like, you know, that feeling, that gut feeling, that inner guidance is really important to connect into. And I feel for this year, that's a really big one. You're going to need it because it is, you know, it is a big year of sorts. So nothing to fear there. It's all about just embracing some changes and bringing in what it is you want. So if there's a lack around you at the moment, if there's a lack of time, if there's a lack of money, if there's a lack of resources, if there's a lack of direction, you know, there might be lack in any way, shape or form. We all go through it and we all have it. So again, connect into what am I going to do different to bring about a change? We can't keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result. As we all know, we're told that constantly. So, hey, let's change it up. So that's my guidance today. Thank you all for listening. And I'm going to go on to my readings now. So, yeah, let's do this. Okay, I've got Suzanne in Sauk Center, Minnesota. Suzanne, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Really good, thank you, my dear. How's your new year?
So far, really good.
Good. Okay.
Last year was very, very hard for me.
Yeah, you've had some massive changes and you've had things come about that you didn't really expect and necessarily want to transpire, but it's like they have. Is that correct?
Yes.
So
I had a 10-year relationship breakup, and then I had an SUV run me over.
Oh, yeah. Gee, that is unbelievable. Okay, so for you, you've let go of last year, and wow, what a doozy of a year. Can I ask, with your injuries, there's something around, you know, obviously being run over by an SUV, it's pretty major, but there's something around a slow recovery in that, and I want to say that there's a restriction of movement or something on the left-hand side. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I had nerve damage.
In
my leg and
really, okay, I see things improving, and I do want to say to you, like, visualizing and really energetically getting all you can to communicate with that part of the body that's still not quite right yet. Obviously, it's still healing, but I do see the outcome being good. I do see it being better than what you're being told. So it's almost like if they're saying that there's some kind of restriction that will be in place, I feel like I want to say to you, don't necessarily take that as gospel, because there's a power within you that's going to strive through a lot of this prognosis or you know, outcome that you've been given.
Okay, good. I feel like it was a miracle, the SUV. I could have so easily had it worse. That it was that's
incredible.
Life was great after, and I'm just kind of healing slowly.
Yeah,
but I just see it as that was a miracle.
Yeah,
I literally walked away without.
That's really something, you know.
Yes, it was.
That's amazing.
Do you see anything about
spirit?
Excuse me?
Just repeat that again. You just cut out as you were saying that.
I think that I think it was a wake up call that there is miracles. That
absolutely. You're divinely guided by spirit, and I want to say there's a lady stepping forward for you. So I'm not sure whether your mum's in spirit, but I feel like this lady's one looking out for you, and it's almost like she's your guardian angel as well. There was a reason that things were capped off, and even with your relationship, and she's showing me that with the 10-year relationship, things were getting worse and worse, and it's almost like there's a blessing now as you look back, and as time goes on, you'll look back and go, why did I stay there for so long? Because you really tried and put 100% into it. And she wants me to acknowledge that.
Okay. Yeah, I cry all the time with that. Either I'm crying for him or myself.
Yeah,
But,
I think you're crying. Yeah, absolutely. I think you're crying for that part of you. And there's something around the spirit showing me, you feel like there's a bit of a waste of time. But in saying that, there was a reason that you were given that relationship for that time. And I feel like this year you'll be shown that quite clearly. And there's also somebody else that will be stepping in that's way more compatible for you.
Wow, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, because I feel like with your ex-partner, there was a lot of he was very much out for himself, or there was an aspect where he could be quite selfish, and it's like you're not like that. So it's like this new person stepping in will not be like that.
Do you see anything about my university? Because as soon as I was hit by the car, I wanted to help other people that were incapacitated. And so I joined this really weird university. And I don't want to be a minister, but I do want to help people in my city who are struggling too. And I thought I needed a degree to do that.
You don't, Spirit is saying me you don't. There is further study that you're going to do, but it's not as expansive as what you're thinking. So things do happen for a reason, and with the accident for you, you were shown that. And I do want to say, was there an experience that you had around when that happened where you were almost out of your body? Or because like Spirit is showing me you had some kind of transference where it's almost like connecting to the other side. I mean, not that I feel that you passed, like headed over, but they're showing me you were shown something in that incidence of it happening.
I was thrown and knocked unconscious. I seen it. I was in. I'm not sure about that moment.
Right, because it's like they're showing me there was something. So maybe this will come back to you, but it's almost like you were shown extra things. So often when Spirit's showing me that, it's like you've been gifted a connection with the other side, and it's like you've always had that. And I feel like surrounding you, you're quite a spiritual person anyway, but it's almost like we've gone deeper. We've stripped off a few layers, and in that experience, the opening up of you is really going to help with you moving forward into this. But they really want you stepping up, doing it sooner rather than later. So it's like you're not going to be studying for years to do this. You're going to be stepping up sooner. So I want to look at any kind of study not being something that's going to take years to do, okay?
It's kind of nerve-wracking because I signed up right after the accident. And now it's kind of like, so the woman asked me, it's a spiritual, university, that I'll be a minister. She's like, well, you've always wanted to be a minister, right? And it's no. I don't know what happened. I got hit by a truck, and I got ambitious.
Wow. So have you been and done any study yet? Because it's very interesting that you've taken that step straight after. Again, going to nothing is a coincidence. There's an aspect of that. I don't see you necessarily being a minister, but I see like a capacity alongside that, but not doing the full training.
I feel like it's a going home with the lessons.
And it will
I feel
be
like
for
it's
you.
a going home.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I have a concussion, and so I'm worried.
Yeah, absolutely. And that takes time to heal. And please give yourself time to heal with that. So don't rush into things and feel like you have to be, trying to do what you're not physically able to, because it's really important that your body has time to heal and you be an allowance of that. But I do want to say to you, go to the university and chat to them, because somebody's going to actually give you a bit of guidance with that. So I feel like there'll be somebody connected with the university that might say to you, okay, you've signed up for this, but here, what about we look at doing X rather than Z? So there's something around studying there but not doing what you were initially intending to do.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Okay, so don't feel like you're locked in, because I don't feel you are. I feel like there'll be another option, and it's almost like what you're worrying about isn't going to be a problem, so don't worry about it. Just go in there and say, okay, I've signed up for this, but this is what I'm just a bit unsure because I'm feeling X, Y, and Z, and I want to revisit what my options are, and I feel like they will accommodate you. Exciting. Regarding the lady in spirit, is your mum still here?
No, it's been.
So your mum's passed.
2012.
Okay, because I just want to acknowledge her. I wanted to. There's some sort of an initial A or something around her. It's like she's bringing me back to acknowledge her presence to you. So it's almost like know that she's around to step in and be helping you with this. She really wants to. She wants to be of help, and I feel like around her there was a very strong gift of faith. So that aspect of faith and belief is right behind her, and she's very much a methodical person. So she does everything by the book, I want to say, or she's the organizer. So it's like she's there to help you.
Joan, she's got some power.
Like she wants, right, and she wants to acknowledge that she's there alongside you.
When I was walking to the corner before I got hit, I got a message from Joan that was like, it was time to do what I needed to do. And I was thanking God because that was a beautiful day. It was Labor Day. And I just felt Joan around me. Yeah, so I confirm with that. And I wanted to thank you for talking about fear. I'm glad I got to hear that.
Yeah, absolutely. Because for you, there's really not. It's like there's a clear road or clear path ahead. So I want to just continue on that, and it's like you're on the right track. You're right where you need to be, and it's like the opportunities will come around for you. And I also see something around moving, maybe towards the later part of this year. But there's something around I'm moving from where I am.
Really?
Yeah. So just that you might not be thinking it now, but there's something around movement. So this might be about meeting somebody special.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so just be prepared for that.
Well, thank you so much.
You'll be guided.
Everything you said was spot on and very, very helpful.
Thank you so
even
much.
Before even before the reading.
Beautiful.
So
that's awesome. Many blessings for you, and really embrace this because it's really you are where you need to be. It's like, yay, I'm excited for you, Suzanne. So enjoy, my dear.
Happy New Year's.
You too, beautiful. Thank you so much for calling in. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for reading. I appreciate it.
Take care. Bye now. All right, I'm going on to my second caller, Greg from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Greg, how are you?
I'm okay. Yourself?
Good. Really good. It's interesting connecting with Canada. I was just looking on, it was one of the sites that I'm on with motorhomes, and there was somebody selling a motorhome in Canada, and I'm like, oh, isn't that funny that Canada's popped up again?
Yeah, lots of stuff going on up here too. Yeah. Well, I lost my job last week, and I'm just wondering if you could, take a look for me and see if this is my idea is to go to school, get a professional drone operator course because I'm in my 50s awesome. and I'm kind of beat up and stuff, and I don't want to go back to.
You're not going back. Before you started to talk, I'm like, you're not doing what you were doing. So you've been laid off for a reason. You're done there, and it's like we're changing it up. So I'm not. It's like you're not going back there. So it's almost like it's happened for a reason for you. There's a new opportunity coming in, and I feel like for you. And I know you were saying with the drone course, which absolutely fantastic, but I see the big picture being I work for myself. So it's almost like I feel like there'll be something coming along where there will be another job that'll bring in the money for you, but your focus is going to be on your big picture and working for yourself. And it's like it's almost like this has happened to really make you have to think about, seriously what you've had in your head for a while. And it's like you've got gifts and talents and they're just not being utilized. And that's why there's that frustration for you with doing what you were doing, because it's like, hey, I'm not meant to be doing this. And I really feel that for you. It's like, so now we're not being sidetracked. We're going to go for what it is you want to be doing.
So I missed the last part. Did you ask me what did I want to be doing?
It's like well, I see you working for yourself, but there's something around stepping up and doing what you want to be doing. And I see you freelancing. There's something around travel with it. So it's like, and you said about the drone course, which I think fantastic. It's for you, it's growth and expansion. And I'm not just limited to being in the one area with what I'm stepping into. You're working for yourself. I'm freelancing. I'm able to do the things that I really want to get out and do. And I feel like for you, I'm also, because I'm feeling like I'm sensing with the drone, I'm out in nature. I'm out in rugged areas or areas that aren't heavily habitated, and I'm getting shots and doing things. And I feel like is that your passion as well, getting outside? And I don't feel like I'm camping or I'm hiking or I'm in the bush, but I'm near mountains as well. And I know Canada's full of them, but I feel like there's some sense of you don't want to be tied down to the one spot. So I don't want to have to go to the same place for work.
Oh, okay. Oh,
okay. Because
right.
Does that make sense for you?
Yeah, it does. Okay. All right.
Right. But I do see there's something you'll get an opportunity with work. So I do see that there's possibly another job you might do, not full-time, so you can still do your study and focus on what you need, but there'll be some other avenue just to bring you in money to allow you to keep stepping forward with this. So I feel like you'll get something else, and that will be, it's almost like a stepping stone. So it's just something that will bring in money. There's something about you writing. Where does writing fit in with what you do?
You sort of broke up a bit. Something about what I do?
Yeah, like I see you writing. So do you at the moment, or have you done work where you're sitting there and writing? Or I'm just not certain whether this is coming forward or something that you've already been doing.
As a drone operator, it'll be brand new, but I used to actually do camera work when I was in my 20s, so it's kind of related.
Fantastic. Yay! And that, because you're a bit of an adventurer, is that right?
Pardon me?
Are you a bit of an adventurer? Because I feel like I'm connecting with someone who likes adventure.
Well, lately, yes, that's what I'd like, but lately I haven't been too adventurous, but yeah. I just want to get, can I ask one more question?
Yeah, of course. Go for it.
I'm having, I'll try to really summarize this. I'm having problems with my family, my mother. And my mother mostly. I'm just not sure. Like, I have a lot of resentment, to be honest, okay? And so I pull back. But, and I know we're supposed to learn lessons in that, but I'm really having trouble with the forgiveness, and I hold on to so many things, and I don't know, just
that's a hard one. Yeah, and being a little bit limited on time, I'll get through it as quick as I can. It's about, sometimes, Greg, it's like just acknowledging that I am willing to forgive. It doesn't mean you have to have the exact answer or go, okay, I definitely can just shut that door and offer that forgiveness. It is just about you calling on those in spirit, those around you, to say, okay, I'm willing to forgive and move forward with this. I do see for you this year, we want to let go of drama. So anyone that brings drama to you, it's like just, sometimes we have to just call it to say my time is valuable and I don't want to be dragged into things. I feel like with the family dynamic with you, you do get dragged in because you're such a lovely person. You're quite spiritual and you're quite sensitive. So you actually tune in quite well. And sometimes that can be, as much as it's a great trait to have, it can be hard because you're taking on their stuff. And for you, with your focus this year, we don't want to be taking on their stuff. So it's like, almost like I feel like for you, I want to wrap myself in a bubble when I have to connect with family because of this drama, and walk in, be friendly, whatever, but you're not going to be dragged into other people's stuff. And I think if you affirm that almost prior to going out with them and going, right, that's it, this is my boundary, I'm willing to forgive, and I will let the universe guide me to where I need to be and what needs to come from it. Just sitting at home, even of a night time, like before you go to sleep, say, I'm willing to forgive, and you will find that the guidance will come that will help you get through this. Don't feel you have to have all the answers, because for most of us, we don't. It's a little bit trial and error, but I do feel for you that will be really successful. And we want to move forward. You've got some great stuff to embrace. I see somebody really supportive around you as well. If they're not there as a partner yet, they're coming in. So also, it's like you've got all you need. You don't need to be dragged into other people's stuff.
Yeah, okay, right.
Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, so trust that. You're on the right path, and this has happened for a reason. So don't doubt. Go, 2020 is going to be a great year, and it's really time for you to step out of the shadows, Greg, I want to say to you, okay? So no more hiding. Be who you need to be. You're not here to please everybody else. All right, I've run out of time. Thank you so much for calling in, and I will be back the same time, same place next week. Thank you. Woohoo!
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you live from the city of New York, where, let me see, it's a little late now. It's been a week, but I bet if I open up my window, because I'm so near Times Square, I do this every year, I could probably hear the echoes of the million people who are out there. Let's see. Oh, yeah, the echo is still bouncing around the concrete canyons of the city of New York. So here we are in the third decade of the 21st century. Now, if that doesn't sound like Buck Rogers' time, I don't know. I mean, I still remember when I had to call a guy to put a new tube into the TV set, and here we are in the solid state environment of the third decade of the 21st century. I am glad to be here. I missed a few shows. I should explain that to everybody. I was getting along nice and peacefully and happy, and everything was going well just before Christmas when my doorbell, and who was there but Mr. Influenza, knocked me out. And I had a not terrible flu. I had a year and a half ago, I think it was, I had the worst flu of my life, but this was bad enough. You could probably hear my voice is a little raspy still, and my nose is a little clogged, but I'm here. I was afraid that if I went on the air, I would give everybody else a flu. I know it doesn't work that way, but I feel that way. I feel a bond between the people I talk to and myself, and I would hate to get you infected. But we've got a lot of new stuff coming up for this year. I've got plans for 2020. One of the things tarot does so well is it lets you look into the future. And I didn't need that for this. I have my own plans for the future, and I'm going to explain to you. I've been doing this for a number of years now, and strictly radio. I'm just a radio guy. I love radio. I just it's so intimate, and it's just my voice in your head, and your voice coming back to me. It's beautiful. And but I'm going to force myself into the 21st century, and I will be doing a few video shows this year. So you can see me messing around with the cards. You can see me doing that. We're working out the details just to get a good look, but I will be doing that. I am so into radio that I once did a time travel meditation not all that long ago, and I went back to 1946, and I attended the recording of a Bing Crosby radio show in Rockefeller Center in Radio City. How do you like them apples? Anybody can do it. And by the way, that was the whole thing. Bing Crosby owned the rights to the thing called a tape recorder. Look into that sometime. It's like the guy wasn't rich enough, right? He owned the tape recorder. The tape recorder, nobody cared about it for radio. They wanted it to be live. But Crosby was notoriously lazy, and he loved the idea that a tape recorder meant that he didn't have to do the show at any particular time. He could do it at his own convenience. So I went back in time, and I had a ball. I had a great time doing that. And now, how do you do time travel meditation? Simple. Now, if you think I'm going to say I've written a book on that and go right into a plug, forget it. This is not a plug for me at all. There's a wonderful book out there. It's been around for years and years. It's a slim little volume, and it's called Practical Time Travel. You should check that out. You can find it at used book places, websites. eBay generally has a few of them. They're not expensive at all, and it'll provide you with wonderful experiences. It's called Practical Time Travel. One of the most interesting things that I found you can do with it is go back to things in your life that you wish you could redo. Now, for those of you who say it's all in your mind, everything is all in your mind. You know, everything we see is, this is going to sound freaky, but everything we see and hear and smell and touch and taste is just a hallucination that our brain creates based on the sensory input that these organs, our eyes and ears and skin, receive, because it's all happening. Now, the real question is the mind alone, or is everybody's mind connected? Now, you know, we've all had that experience where we say, this happened to me just a few days ago. We were sitting here discussing a friend of ours in Chicago, and the phone rang, and guess who it was? Our friend from Chicago. So we've all had those things happen. So the question is there such a thing as a group mind? And you can find some interesting discussions on YouTube about that. Just look into, what is his name? Rupert Sheldrake. He's a scientist who is so radical in his thinking that other scientists have called for his books to be burned. How do you like that for the Dark Ages? You know, you don't even need to go back to Galileo, folks. There's a scientist operating today who is called a heretic. There's a wonderful article in a British newspaper about him that refers to him as going against scientific dogma. Now, what in the world is science doing with dogma? You know, forget it. You know, so now I'm bringing this up for several reasons. Most of them are self-serving, of course. People who are really severely into science, and that's just a cop-out as far as I'm concerned. It's just a way to avoid reality as we make it. They will tell you that things like tarot don't work. They will tell you that things like telekinesis, making things move with your mind, doesn't work. I don't know how to say it other than it works. You know, that sounds like a silly argument, but anybody can do it and anyone can try it. And if you can, let's say it's imagination, all of this stuff like time travel through meditation. It has been shown time and again in the world of science that imagining an event happening to you has exactly the same effect on your body as actually having that experience happen, because there's no difference. You know, everything we see is our mind. I go into that. Here comes the plug. I go into that in my own book called Reverend Elliot Explains It All, about the nature of reality and what it is and what it isn't. We make it, but it's, you know, reality is what we all agree upon. Reality is the hallucination that we find in common. Now the question is, do we all see the same thing? It gets deep. And science won't go into that because they feel it's mystic. It's the province of religion, they think, which is, you know, what overlaps more between science and religion than quantum physics? Mercifully, that's breaking down these barriers that have been erected since the Dark Ages. So that's good. And we're going to engage in a practical demonstration of that today. That's right. Right now, we're going to be reading the tarot cards. Now, remember, I said that looking at tarot, you can see the future, but you can also do something. If you don't like what you see, you can do something. If you do like what you see, you can make it stronger. You can make it better. The future is a very strange thing because it doesn't really exist. You know, it's always now. You know, it's like that. Remember from Alice in Wonderland, or was it Alice Through the Looking Glass? The law was jam yesterday and jam tomorrow, but never jam today. You know, it's like that sign they used to have in the old saloons that said "free beer tomorrow," and then you come back tomorrow, ask for free beer. See, there goes the remnants of that flu, and they'll point to the sign and say, "Sorry, Mac, free beer tomorrow." And that's the nature of time. That is actually one of the most profound examples of why we shouldn't be wasting so much time fretting about the future, since the future never really comes in that regard. But we can take a look at what the potential future is. That's the beauty of tarot. People have been using tarot cards for hundreds, some say thousands of years. You can also see that in my book, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, which is a book that'll teach you how to do what you hear me doing here every week when I'm, erect, when I'm upright, when I'm not horizontal with a thermometer in my mouth. Pardon me. There it goes again. So I'm just glad to be back. I want to say Happy New Year to everybody. And, I slept through my birthday even. I was just so sick. My birthday falls shortly after New Year's. So It's always a new year for me. No, here's the good news, though. I've been doing readings for people. This is the time of year that people get readings to look at private readings to look into the year ahead. And so because so many people do it only this time of year, I take 15% off the price, and I call it my year-end special. But I'm pushing that forward a little bit. I think I had to do the same thing last year. I get these colds and flus like clockwork at New Year. So I'm expanding that. So we're going to keep it going into 2020. So if you want to contact me for a private reading, anywhere from a $10 email reading all the way up to an hour or more, you can check out the prices at magic-works.com, magic-works.com. There's a whole bunch of stuff there at my website that I do. Then just we'll knock off 15%. If you want to take off a little more, we'll take off a little more. It's a new year. We got to celebrate. We've got to give back. We're going to do something to honor the return of the whole cycle. It's January again, my favorite month. Honestly, I don't know why January is my favorite month, except I like it. Maybe it's because I like beginnings, which is kind of odd because I really don't like change. I find change inordinately stressful. And yet here I enjoy when the calendar flips and it's new. So there you go. Time for some readings. Here's what we're going to do, what we do every show. I'm going to ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. I've already got some candles burning. I've got the frankincense burning. Oh, we've got a beautiful environment to get mystical and look into the future and look into the past and look into our lives. That rarely happens, by the way. People rarely consult a tarot reader to look into the past, but we can do that. That kind of stuff is fun. So anyway, we are going to declare sacred space as the show goes on. I'll tell you a bit more about what I do, how you can contact me, how you can find books that will help change your life. But let's dive right into it because I miss doing this. And now we're going to pull back the curtain on the magical window for our first reading, and that is for Alyssa in St. Louis, Missouri. Hi, Alyssa. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi. How you doing tonight?
How are you? I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing well. Like I said, I was knocked out with a flu for a couple of weeks, but I'm back, and I'm glad to be back. So what can I look at for you?
Well, I just recently lost my grandpa.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
He was oh, thank you.
So would you like to look to see if there's anything surrounding that?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay, let's see what we've got. I'm going to shuffle up the cards a bit. So you're looking particularly for a message from him?
Oh, yes. Uh-huh.
Okay, so let's see. I always preface these kind of readings by saying I don't do them very often, but when the cards give definite indications that I can do it, I enjoy doing that because there's so much. There's so little we know about the other side, as we put it. But let's just see what we've got here. Well, I'm getting cards. They're fascinating cards. First and foremost, there are 2 cards that I look for when I do readings of this sort to see if I'm on the right track. And one of them is the death card, which, of course, symbolically will refer to passing. And I just got that card. So we're on the right track here. Oddly enough, now the cards I got are very happy. They're showing growth and movement and energy and success and a person who's in a place that's very contented. The Ace of Cups is there, which is the beginning of happiness and joy and emotion, positive emotions. The 7 of Rods is a person who can sweep away all obstacles, and the World is a card that means great success. And of course, in terms of death, well, now this is the other card that I talk about. I said there are 2 cards I look for when I do this kind of reading. That one, the other one is the High Priestess, which is a person who sees behind the veil, and I just got that card too. So this is a reassurance that, yes, I am making contact here on your behalf. And I'm seeing a person who is content and who is happy. And there's a card here called the Four of Swords, which is about a person who is taking a break from things. In life readings, that's, it's about time to pull back and relax and let things just to percolate. And that's what I'm seeing, is that we're seeing a person who the struggles are over. The Seven of Rods is about sweeping away obstacles, which means troubles and obstacles. But it's a good card, but it still meant that there were obstacles. So what I'm seeing is somebody whose troubles are over, who is relaxing, who is the world. It means they're part of the whole world now, and the Ace of Cups means of a happy time. I think that what we're seeing here is a person who has run his course on Earth, and in the next phase of existence is quite content and quite happy and doing quite well. Now that could lead to something new. It could continue, but I'm not getting anything indicating any terrible suffering or loss or pain. I'm seeing somebody who has just naturally gone to the next side. And the High Priestess shows that we are looking at the life behind the veil. What kind of person was he?
He was a very happy person. He always was smiling. He struggled. He was sick for a very long time. He had cancer. So he always, when he was in and out of the hospital, he was always smiling in his hospital bed. He always tried to make everyone else smile.
That's absolutely perfect, considering that the card I have here that I started with is the Ace of Cups. The aces are beginnings, and that's happiness and joy. This is a person who made other people happy, and that's reflected in that card. The sweeping away of obstacles, of course, that will relate to the difficulties of the final years because of the illness, but something that he dealt with easily and handily, and took it as it came. And now we see a person who's at rest and at peace, and that's just, it's a beautiful reading that way. And I think there's nothing to be. I mean, obviously, we're always sad when we lose somebody, and nobody should tell you how you should feel about it. But if it's just something to consider, that what the cards are showing is a person who is at peace and who is still happy. That's why it's amazing what you tell me about him, because the first card I had was about great happiness. So there you go. So I think he's doing fine where he is. I hope that helps, Alyssa.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
And as soon as the show is over, I'm going to light a nice white candle to send positive energy in your name to his spirit. How is that?
Thank you.
Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now.
Bye.
And let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Reverend Elliot, that's me, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner. If you want to know more about what I do, and gee, that was a nice reading. And death is such a creepy thing, because somebody's here and then somebody isn't. There's so much poetry written over the years by people about death, and yet it could very well be the beginning of something else, or the continuation of it. There's there is an old story. I mean old. I don't mean old like black and white television. It's somebody asked the Buddha how many lifetimes we go through, and Buddha said, "Imagine a mountain, and a bird flies over the mountain with a silk scarf in the bird's beak, and the scarf brushes across the mountain, and the bird appears once every 1,000 years. We exist as long as it takes that scarf to wear down that mountain." Now, that's heavy stuff, So we may be in this for the long haul. We may all be doing this again and again and again. Who knows? But there was an interesting set of cards there. So anyway, you want to know more about what I do and things that I can do for you and with you, check out magic-works.com, magic-works.com. That's where you'll find the price list for tarot readings. And remember, it's 15% off for the new year. Lisa in Santa Fe, New Mexico is next. Hi, Lisa. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Reverend Elliot. How are you this evening?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm great. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. I can't believe it. I still remember celebrating when 1965 rolled around. I can't.
Oh, you don't.
I can't. Another year old.
That was an interesting story you shared about the Buddha and the number of incarnations.
Yeah, that's. I don't know to feel happy or not about that, but don't we ever get signs about that? Don't you? You meet somebody and you get the feeling that you've known them before, and it's things like that are just it's just fascinating to me.
Yeah.
So anyway,
go ahead.
What can we look at tonight?
I'd like to look at career.
Okay. Well, that's interesting because I had just been shuffling the cards while you're doing this, and the first cards I have on top are about money and work. So I think we're on the right track here. So I'll just start with those cards, and then I'll shuffle them up and maybe pull some more here. The first two cards I have are the King of Rods and the King. That you're very good at managing and running your career, your work, and your financial life. The Three of Rods is an interesting card because the threes are fascinating in tarot because they're about completion. And this is about a person who is waiting for something to happen. It's waiting for something new to come along. Now, not just out of nowhere. I mean, this is a person who's planted the seeds and is waiting for them to bear fruit. The traditional picture on many tarot cards is a person looking out over a bay with several ships there, and that person is sending out those ships laden with cargo and will be waiting for the return. The next card I have is the Ace of Rods, which is about a new work. The aces are beginnings, and rods are about career and work. So it looks like there's a new job, new work coming your way. Are you looking for new work?
I'm looking for, I'm a singer, so I'm looking for more opportunities, more gigs, yes, more bookings.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's exactly what I'm seeing here. And you're good at that. You're good at managing both the career and the financial aspect of it. Let me see if I can get you anything deeper here, because so far all they're really doing is telling you things you already know. Well, the Ten of Cups is here. That's a card of perfected happiness. These are good. The Ace of Cups is here. We get a lot of aces for people around the new year. It's because it's time for beginnings. And the Sun, which is a card of growth and healing and all the wonderful things that come from the sun. This looks like it's going to be a very positive year for you career-wise, and a happy one and a fulfilling one.
Well, that's fantastic. Those are some of my favorite cards.
Oh, excellent! They're very upbeat. You must be a very positive person too.
Yeah, I would say so.
So, what kind of singing do you do?
It's jazz.
Mm-hmm.
I've been working with a classical guitarist, and so we're looking at that space in between jazz and classical music, and
wonderful.
Sort of forging our own way.
I knew somebody many years ago who did that. It was a guitarist. I think he played a 12-string guitar. Is there such a thing as 12-string, or is my memory playing tricks on me?
Yes.
Yeah, he was like a wizard to watch, because he would play classical stuff, but it was definitely jazz influenced. So that's heavy stuff. That's beautiful stuff. Well, let me tell you something. I got one more card here for you, which I think you'll like. It's the Nine of Coins. Now, the Nine of Coins is about an investment that pays off. Now, obviously, the investment here is the work you're putting into this, into yourself, and this is a card about it paying off. I think a lot of stuff is going to come together for you this year.
Fantastic. I've definitely been putting in the action, taking the action.
And that's really what it is. That's where it takes. It's that kind of hard work. I was around the entertainment business for years and years, and I've seen this stuff just hit for so many people who were fully prepared for it because it was just a natural outgrowth of them doing the work. It wasn't, walking down the street and going into Schwab's drugstore and being discovered. You know that a lot of people don't realize that it's a great deal of work. All the professional actors I knew spent more time auditioning than actually acting, and they would still take classes because it's all about the work, and you're doing the work. That's why, you see, there's nothing glamorous in these cards. These are cards about work. And you're doing the work, and that's the first sign of success, is just doing the work.
Yeah, it's true. It's only glamorous when you look at it from the outside.
Well, that's the illusion that it was projected. I mean, there's that famous line from George Burns about success in show business. He said the key to success is sincerity. Once you can fake that, you've got it made.
Is in what?
He says sincerity is the key to success. Once you can fake that, you've got it made. So, but there's a lot of truth in just the idea that it's about a lot of work and work. Now, let me tell you this. I've pulled a couple more cards here. And one card that I find interesting is the Seven of Cups. And that's telling me that you have a lot of ideas.
Mm.
And that's that your mind is filled with ideas, and they may not all be very focused because it's a card of unfocused ideas. It's a card that a lot of people don't like. I love that card because I'd rather have a whole bunch of ideas and then none at all, and just pick a couple and zero in on them. And that's what I see that you're going to do. And that's your strength, is that you can imagine something and make it happen. You can see something and create and make it go. And I'm seeing seeing hard work and success here. I mean, the Sun card is definitely about success. Now, this is just this one more card I'll leave you with, but you see, this is only telling you what you know. The Six of Swords is here. That's a card about movement. That's a card that's not. That's the one that people used to say you're going to take a trip by sea. That's the most literal possible definition of that card, as you know. But it's really about getting yourself from where you are to where you want to be through your own willpower and your own mind power. And you're doing it. And there's nothing that demonstrates to me, as a person who couldn't carry a tune in the proverbial bucket, there's nothing that is more a sign of mental discipline than being able to sing. Because you've taken all you people who can really sing are taking talking to a new level. And I think it's a very spiritual level. And the vibrations are a whole different thing. It's beautiful. Singing heals people. Singing is healthy. Music heals. There's no doubt about that. And that is one.
I couldn't agree. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, that is one gift. There was, probably one of the more famous entertainers of the 20th century who is fallen into disrepute, although his records still sell like crazy, was Al Jolson. And I only mention him now because everybody remembers from the movies and all when they think of him at all, that tagline, the world's greatest entertainer. But I researched his career once. I saw his scrapbooks at the Lincoln Center Library, the Billy Rose Theater Collection. And in the earlier days of his career, the tagline they used to promote him was "Good for what ails you." Now, you see, there's a guy, that's because of the connection with the audience. Good for what ails you is really summed it up. And you have power.
Thank you. I think that, for me, the level that I'm practicing at now, it's really about taking that energy that comes through the audience and through me and connecting it through this vehicle of music. And it's a glorious thing, and it feels like it is healing for myself, for the audience. Yeah.
Oh, it's definitely vibratory. This is why
uplifting.
Yeah, this is why people sing in churches, and this is why religious ceremonies have singing, and it's a very important thing. Even though it's like I said, I'll sing quietly, but it's I never.
No matter what.
and listening to it is good. And you know something, you know, a lot of people, there are people who have now in our society, because of the technology, have lived their whole life without ever actually hearing a live singer. Even if they go to a concert these days, they're really listening to an amplified recorded voice in many cases. But to actually hear it right in front of you live, that is such a rush. I can only urge people to go to as many small restaurants and cafes or little performance venues where there is live music and get into it, because it's a game changer. Especially if you're down, even if someone is singing, even if they're singing sad songs, there is a connection. As a person who I spent years performing as a talker, but there was that connection between the audience and the performer. If you don't make that connection, there are a lot of people I knew who wouldn't do that. They were performers and they would keep a wall between them and the audience. And I would ask them, what are you doing it for? If you're doing, and they say, well, I want to be rich and famous. I say, well, good luck with that. That's not what it's about. That's a side effect. But yeah, it's all about what you give and take, and it's a beautiful experience. And I see nothing but positive change coming for you and growth this year. I'm going to pull one more card and see what we get. Just one more. And I'm shuffling it up a little bit. And, oh, no, that's fascinating. It's the Hermit. That means somebody will be appearing this year to maybe guide you and help you along to the next step. Look for a mentor. Look for somebody who can lead you along. This is going to be a year for you of discovery and growth. I no doubt about it from these cards. So keep me posted. I find this exciting. I'd like to know how it goes. Lisa, you there? Alyssa, you there? Was that Alyssa? Yes. Lisa. Okay. Well, well, here's what we do. I will. I think we lost our singer. We lost our vocalist. But we're going to go now to Joanna in Atlanta, Georgia. Hi, Joanna. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Yes. Hi.
Hi, Joanna. How are you doing tonight?
I'm good, thank you.
Great. What can I look at for you?
I was calling about love and relationships.
Okay, it's nice when those two go together. You know, it's they don't always. We know that. There are many relationships. We've all seen those relationships where we figure, what are they doing to each other? But,
exactly.
Let's see what happens. I have known, I have, it's one of the strangest things in the world. I witnessed, there was a couple I used to work with who despised each other, hated each other. I could never even read their cards after a while because all the cards I always got for them were sword cards. They were always fighting. They were always at each other's throats. So, yeah, well, we're doing something out of it. There was something else. So let's see, what do we have here? Okay, now this is a fascinating card. These are a fascinating sequence of cards here. The first card is one of the nastiest looking cards in the deck, but it's a good card. And that is, and I know that's a value judgment, but I take it from me because I'm an expert. the 10 of It's the 10 of Swords. That's the card that shows a person lying face down in the mud with 10 swords in her back. Now that means the worst is over. You know, that doesn't mean death or anything horrible like that. It means that life has thrown a lot of bad stuff at you, but you survived and you're going to get up and it's going to be fine. Did you recently have like a bad relationship or something?
Well, it was it's kind of hard to explain. It wasn't a bad relationship. It was like two damaged people dating each other.
Oh, tell me about it. Yeah.
Good relation. We were good people, but we've been through so much. And so someone decided to walk out of it, which was my ex.
Well, I can sure relate to that because I've been there. I've been there. You know, it's like I used to be that guy who can walk into a room and find exactly the one person who was right there to fit in with what was wrong with me.
Oh, wow. Wow.
You know, we work on that. We work on growing, and so this is a good card in that case because this is saying the worst is over. No, that's good. That's growth. That shows that you're getting better. Now, here's the good news: is there is a relationship coming for you. I'll tell you how I know. There's Tower struck by lightning is the card here, and that means something happening totally unexpectedly out of the blue. The next card is the Four of Rods, which is about a happy home and happiness. And the next card is the Knight of Cups, and the Knight with a K, like like Don Quixote. The Knights are about the appearance of something new. It's not yet fully taken form, so it can be volatile. It can be up and down, but it's the beginning of something. And the Cups are about relationships and emotion and happiness. So it's telling me that you are going to get into something with somebody really soon. You're going to find somebody really soon, and the net result is going to be happiness. But it's going to take a little bit of work to get to that point because it's new. You know how things are when it's new.
Yeah.
That whole myth about the two eyes, the sets of eyes meeting across a room at a party, and then you live happily ever after. Forget that. I mean, if that was real, we wouldn't be paying money to see it in movies. We would just be living it.
Yeah, exactly.
But you do have a new relationship coming this year, and it's going to come. It's going to appear when you don't expect it at all. It's going to come out of nowhere. Now, I would say keep an eye out for that, but you won't have to. You'll know it when it happens.
Mm-hmm. It's not going to be anywhere at work.
Well, let me see. There are definitely cards for that. Let me just shuffle it up and see what I get.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm getting, loosely speaking, yeah. I mean, this might be me stretching it a bit, but one of the cards I have here is the Five of Rods. And that's the rods are definitely about work and career, and it's about stiff competition. So I'm going to interpret that in light of your question. That yes, it looks like it could be coming out of somebody at work, but somebody who other people are interested in also. However, the cards before that one, the cards before that one are say it's all on your side. The World is the card of assured success, and the Two of Cups is the card that means a new relationship is coming. The only reason I'm going to say there's a strong possibility that it'll be through work is because the Five of Rods is a card about work. And the tarot cards speak that way sometimes. But there's every indication here that there's definitely a new relationship. Look, I got another one here, the Page of Cups. Pages and the Knight and the Page that covers the whole gamut of the court cards. Here's the Lover's card. You are really, there is a relationship coming for you this year, soon. Maybe.
Okay.
Again, here's the King of Cups. You've got all these court cards. That means, the thing, let me tell you why that's important. The court cards are evolving. It starts with the Knight, and then it goes to the Queen, and then it goes to the King, and then it goes to the Page. And at each step along the way, it solidifies whatever it is. Like if it's coins, it's the money. If it's rods, it's about work. But these are all cups. So you have 3 of the 4 cup cards. So you go from the Knight to the King to the Page. And that's telling me that this is a dynamic, growing relationship that is going to settle in, and it's going to, it's not going to be like a flash in the pan kind of thing. I think that you're headed for a serious relationship this year, and you both are going to be doing the work needed to make it grow. You're going to take it from the stage of the beginning, which is the Knight, into the King and into the Page, which is the earthly. It's the solidifying of it all. This is very good. Remember, the main thing here is that the worst is over. There's a new relationship that's going to come suddenly. It very likely will come from your workplace. And there's a great measure of success involved in it for you. And you're both ready for this because you're going to do the work. You're going to put the work in for it.
Wow.
This is good. One more card here. Cups. This may be more to the point than the one about work. This is the Three of Cups. And the Three of Cups has an implication of something happening through your friends. So it's going to be somebody you'll meet through people you know.
Interesting.
Okay? And there's also, that implies success too. 3s are completion in tarot. That implies success. So you'll know it when it comes, and I think you're going to have a great time with that, because the main thing to me is that first card, the Ten of Swords. The worst is over, and you're moving into a really good time. 2020 is going to be a good year for you romantically and emotionally, and it's going to be beautiful for you. Well, keep me posted. And by the way, I haven't given out my email yet, so I might as well let you know and let everybody who's listening in know that anybody can contact me or update me on anything that we've had a reading about at asktarot@earthlink.net, ASKTAROT at earthlink.net, or there's a contact form at my website, or you can reach me through Ask One Radio. You can do an internet search for Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. I'm the easiest person to find. I would be the world's worst fugitive. So I'm out there. I just shuffled them up a little bit, and I pulled another card, and it's the Two of Cups again. That's the card of a new relationship coming. Yep, it's coming. It's definitely coming.
It's confirmation. Wow.
Yeah. I'm not even going to use any of those standard card reading cop-outs that say, I seem to see that perhaps no, this is real. This is coming. This is definitely coming your way. So keep me posted, okay?
I sure will.
Okay, thanks for calling.
Yes, thank you so much.
Bye-bye now. And we'll shuffle them up again. Again, you're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Now, if you can't get through tonight, and most people who want to get through can't get through because we have a limited time span here, and of course there are people who don't want to get through. They want a reading, but they don't want a few million people listening, so that's cool too. You can just contact me at asktarot@earthlink.net. If you didn't get through and you wanted to, or you didn't want to, just drop me a line at asktarot@earthlink.net. I'm happy to do a free consultation for Ask One Radio listeners. Just put that in the subject line, free consultation, or free, or whatever you want. Just remind me that that's what it was. It's the free consultation offer. I usually charge $20, $25 for a consultation, which I really don't expect to pay anyone to pay, because I do that just to keep away the curiosity seekers who will jump at anything that's free. But I don't. You guys are not like that. I know that if you're listening to Ask One Radio and all the great shows here, that you're very serious about this. So that's my gift back to the people who listen, is a free consultation just for Ask One Radio listeners. We do it by email. It's very simple. I pull a few cards and I send you a detailed report on them, and 99 times out of 100, that's it. That's all you need. A lot of people think that I'm going to do that as a come on and then charge you $4,822 for a full reading, which of course is ludicrous. I don't do that anyway. I never go above $3,000. But you'll see. You go to magic-works.com, magic-works.com. You'll see the price list there. My readings are really affordable. I do not do this for the money. That's just, there's no way around that. So these things are all flexible. But no, the free reading, the free consultation I offer is not a come on. Most people get their question answered completely and fully with just a few cards. And I am always happy to do that because, hey, it just doesn't cost me anything. So why should I bleed people for every penny there is in the world? It's not what life is about. I used to tell, this is fascinating. I don't even remember if I wrote this up in one of my books, but I used to tell people, and I'm going back years, I came up with this idea years ago, that of all the things people need in the world to survive, money is probably the easiest thing to get. And I did a test for that. I walked down a busy street here in New York City. I walked along Central Park West, and I asked people for money. This was a long time ago. And I got money, people gave me money. People gave me, $1 here, a quarter there. They gave me some money. No sweat. I just said, listen, can you spare some money? Now, the next day, I went to the same spot at the same time of day, and I walked along there, and I asked random people on the street if they would just spend a couple of minutes to listen to me. They really would like to have somebody listen to me. And nobody cared. So you see, what is more important? Is it getting a few dollars or getting somebody to listen to you and understand you and connecting with a person? That's what it's all about. That's what communication is about. And that's why I'm here. Almost everything I've ever done in my life in terms of career work has been about communication. Looking back over my long life, I see that I've been involved. One of the very first jobs I ever had as an adult was writing copy for a local news station, a local television station for the news. So there you go. I'm intimately familiar with how TV news operates, folks. So this is why I don't bother with it. That's a whole different thing. We can talk about that for years and years and years, but that is way off the subject. Anybody who wants to get into a discussion about that, contact me. I'll be more than happy to talk to you about it. Let's get in a couple of more calls here. Joanna in Westminster, California is next. Hi, Joanna. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight, Joanna?
Good. Thank you for taking my call.
Hey, that's what I'm here for.
I can ask any question.
Go ahead.
I can ask any question.
Oh yeah, sure. Just don't ask me what the capital of. Don't ask me what the capital of Nebraska is. You know, that's.
I wanted to ask kind of a hard question. I was wondering if my husband was cheating on me.
Okay. Let's see. There are. Well, first of all, you do have suspicions, or you wouldn't be asking the question. That there are definite cards for that. Let's take a look. Now, I'm going to shuffle them up and see what we get. Well, I'm really reluctant to get into that because the first card I've got here is the Five of Swords. And the Five of Swords is about a person who is not being very fair, is cheating in a sense. You know, the Five of Swords is about a person who is not treating you properly, who's not being truthful. We have very limited time here, so I don't want to. I can't give you a definitive answer, but that is exactly the card that hits what you think is going on. So I want to be very cautious about that because either I am, and then I'll tell you why I'm doing this. Either I'm picking up what's going on or I'm picking up what your fear is going on. Now, let me tell you, there are two cards that I would look for if a person is in a relationship and is being treated unfairly and the person is cheating. And one of them is the Five of Swords and the other is the Seven of Swords. And I got both of those cards for you. So it's looking like yes, but, and I have to stress this, but this is not the kind of thing that I can definitively answer for you without a long reading. I mean, a full reading. I'm not trying to sell you a full reading here. You know, I'll be happy to pull a few more cards for you. But so far, it's looking like you're right here. The next card I have is the Justice card, which means that, you know, when the Justice card turns up, it usually means something is going to happen in a courtroom. You know, so I'm trying to be as delicate about this as I can because, like I said, this is an extremely short reading, and I wouldn't ask you to take any action on what these cards are saying. Just consider them, you know, because don't take any action unless we do like a really long reading together. And even then, I would say you should, you know, take measures to verify and find out, because I'm either picking up what you fear or what he's doing.
Okay.
You know, but what I'm getting here now is not good news, you know, in that sense. This is the Five of Swords is a card of defeat, and it's usually defeat that's because of duplicity. The Seven of Swords, that's a lot of decks. It shows a person tiptoeing around taking something that's not theirs, so you can see what the symbolism is. But this is like I said, this is not definitive. You know, I can't go into it in a way other than this right now. I hope you understand what I'm saying. I'm not trying to cop out here, but I see that your concerns are genuine. Let's put it that way. Okay. I just don't want you to take this as like complete confirmation, because I can't do that with these short readings. Yet I'm gonna tell you that it's something to consider. I mean, what I would do in a full reading is I would take a lot of time with this, and I would look at you, and then I would look at your husband, and then I would look at the relationship. You know, and I just don't want to give you any information that you would act on that is premature. Okay?
Right.
But nevertheless, I can't deny the appearance of those two cards, which are exactly the two cards that tell me that there is, I'm going to put it this way, a strong possibility that is what's going on, that the person is cheating on you. I can't escape that. I can't paint that any other way except to say that it requires a lot more. Now, this is not me pitching to sell you anything, because this might mean you need to check out other things yourself, investigate it yourself in any way that you can, check with friends, check with a lawyer who may know somebody, I don't want to get dramatic here, but it may be time for to hire somebody to investigate and to look into it, that kind of stuff. But the thing that concerns me is that I'm not getting anything opposite what you're afraid of and what you're concerned. Not afraid isn't the right word. What you think may be happening, because to even ask that question, you must be picking up some pretty solid signals, right?
Right.
And I'm very sensitive to that too, because I went through that in a marriage one time, a very brief marriage, like a training marriage, and sometimes these signs are not very subtle.
Right.
So
I don't have proof.
Right. And that's proof is exactly the word I think I'm dancing around. I don't want you to take this as proof, because there are so many ways that this needs to be verified. When we deal with cards, we're dealing with feelings, and we're dealing with stuff. So like I said, I'm either picking up your feelings or I'm picking up what's happening. But in either case, I'm not getting anything contradicting it. You see, because here's another Three of Swords. These sword cards are not good. They're about strife in this sense. That the Nine of Swords is a card of sorrow and sadness. So this is hurting you. There's no doubt about it. Here's the Six of Swords. Again, the sword cards indicate that there's trouble in the relationship. That's clear. The Three of Swords. Look, I keep getting sword cards for you. These are the saddest of the cards. The Three of Swords. And the Nine of Swords. So you're not in a happy place right now, obviously. So I may be picking up more about what is on your mind than what is actually happening, and that's why I would urge you to, if you're not going to get a fuller reading with me, find somebody maybe who can help you out with that. There may be somebody locally who does this kind of stuff, or check with friends and a lawyer, because there's definitely something going on here. And it's not the best of things going on. The main thing is, I don't believe that what you're feeling is in your imagination. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
In fact, the Justice card, which I told you is here, that also has two swords on it. So there's a lot of strife and tension here. Now this is the part that I hate. I've got to go because the show's over. I got I got a little over a minute left. So I want you, if you feel comfortable with it, contact me. AskTarot@earthlink.net is my email, and I'll pull a few more cards for you. But mostly, no charge. We'll just continue this reading a little bit and take a little bit of a deeper look. But if you want to use cards to work out the situation, take a look at it, which I do recommend, you're going to need a very in-depth look, because this is serious. This is heavy stuff. Okay, so I've got to run now, but I will keep an eye out for your email.
What's your email again?
AskTarot, AskTarot @earthlink.net.
Okay.
And you can find me. There's a contact page at magic-works.com, and that's magic with a CK at the end. It's easy to contact me, so do that, because I hate to just slap this on you and then run, So do that, and maybe we can pull a little bit more out of it. But I got to go. I've got like 30 seconds left, so I will hopefully hear from you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. And that's it, folks. That's it. We just ran through the hour. Wow, that was so fast. So remember, magic-works.com, MAGICK-works.com, if you want to see more about what I do.